Coming online, coming online. Oh, yes. Coming online, coming online, coming online. Coming in, everybody. I hope that it's streaming through. I don't see... Looks like our chat section. Let's see if this works. Let's see if it gives me... Yeah, it's giving me a little something. We'll see if it goes all the way through. Come on in. Good to see everybody here. What is happening? Is this the fight we're gonna? Is this a fight we're having today? We'll see. I'm gonna get banned from all the spaces apparently. All right. We'll see if that if that comes up in a second. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If it does, it does. I'm gonna still do what I need to do. Check one. Good to see you. There's a light, certain kind of light that never shone on me. I want my life to be live with you, live with you. There's a way, everybody say, to do it. Oh, the broadcast was removed because it broke the community rules or violated Reddit policy. Let me see. These haters are real. You don't know what it's like. Baby, you don't know what it's like to love somebody the way I love you. I keep getting booted by the mods on Reddit. We'll see why. Let's see if they do it again. In my brain, I see your face again. I know my frame of my eye. You ain't gotta be so blind. And I'm blind, so sorely blind. I'm a man. Can't you see that I am? And live and breathe for you. But what good does it do if I ain't got you? Ain't got you. Hey, you don't know what it's like. Baby, you don't know what it's like to love somebody the way I love. Oh, they finally let me in the room, Reddit. Y'all finally let me in. Hey. You don't know. Reddit finally let me in the room. Hi, watchers. I don't know what I was doing that was breaking the policy of Reddit, but to love somebody. Maybe my singing breaks the internet. Oh, yes. What's up, Tara? Good to see you. You see me try to get on to this channel like 5 times, and they were like, you're in violation of the policy. I don't know what the policy is. I don't know who is the operator of the policy. I don't know who can take down the stream right now. But whatever the policy is, let me know what that is, so I can continue to sing and make money in America. Nuts. I go in here, I type, hi, thanks for coming. Like, I do all of these things, and they still, you're in violation of the Reddit policy. What is the policy that I'm in violation of if I'm just singing songs in the place where you tell me to sing songs? When I go over to the You Show and I sing songs, they say you're in violation of the policy. And then when I go over to, what's the other one I do? Sometimes in the you show distant socializing. I go to distant socializing, but then sometimes I'm like talking and distant socializing, but I'm also like singing because I sing when I socialize because I'm a professional singer. And then they're like, you're in violation. So I'm just playing this ping pong with some dudes in the sky. You know, it took me 3 times to try to like get here to like connect with y'all today. It's, you know, this is after getting almost punched in the face in New York City by a stranger. Turn the corner. This is why you have to always keep your head on swivel. You have to keep your head on swivel on the internet because you could be in violation of a policy even when you're not in violation of a policy. You know, that's cute though, Reddit. And, you know, it's so strange that these arbitrary people can just come in and just go, oh, you're in violation of the policy. We're fucked. That's too long, don't read. But anyway, I'm turning this corner and I'm doing a voice memo to my girlfriend and I'm like talking to her about my life. And then all of a sudden this dude stumbles out of the drugstore. He stumbles out, trash in his hand, looking all fucking ragged. He stumbles out of the drugstore. He looks at me, I look at him, and then he just pulls back and goes to nail me in my face. And I calmly tell him he does not want that today. You've already swung at my face 1 time. No, 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 no. And you can hear the whole exchange. Actually, I'm going to play the exchange for you. Fuck a watcher. Y'all have your own agendas and low self-esteem. Oh, y'all have your own agendas and low self-esteem. We get what it is. The people who are also taking me down for policies that I am in violation of have low self-esteem. You can turn it all off if you want. I'll still find my audience and my people somehow, somewhere. Because you know, oppression is real in all of its forms. But I digress. Here is me with Nina on the street of New York. Awkward. I don't really mind. Oh, dude. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. You don't want that today. You don't want that today. Got me fucked up. One more time for the people in the cheap seats. So just to paint you a picture, welcome back to the watchers. I know you have a lot of places where you can be on the internet. And I know that there are powers in these spaces that don't want me to exist or to do what I do, but I'm fighting pressures that are bigger than Reddit. I'm slaying dragons in my life that are bigger than anything that can happen on Reddit. Now, I tried to get onto this stream like 4 times. Every time I opened the stream, I was removed for violation of the policy. I don't know what people want from me. I'm about to sing in a second. But as I turn the corner to go and get my errands done today, I turn the corner and I'm just talking into the phone to my girlfriend, and this guy stumbles out of a drugstore, and then this happens. My thing is this. Things can be hella awkward. I don't really mind. Oh, dude. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. You don't want that today. You don't want that today. Got me fucked up. Got me fucked up. I can't believe, Tara, that I actually held my my you can actually hear the punch go past my face when I ducked this motherfucker. I don't want to even think about what would have happened to the whole situation of my life in the circle of life. In the circle of life. And it moves us all. I'm so grateful. Yeah, it's the swish of the air, Tara, for me too. Like, you can literally. Things can be hella awkward. I don't really mind. Oh, dude. No, no, no. No. See, this This is why they say in New York City and in life, you got to keep your head on swivel. You have to always, part of living in New York City and all of this is keeping your head on swivel. Okay? You really have to. You have to keep your head on swivel for the naysayers and the bullshit on the internet. And you have to keep yourself on swivel in real life. There's just no way around it. Because if I can be on the internet and have my stream rejected for bullshit reasons, and if I can turn the corner of the block that I live on and get punched at towards my face, my money-making face, then what am I really going to be afraid of? Let me put these comments on the screen, too. It's nuts to me. It's nuts to me. We're missing a backdrop. Give me 1 second. Let's get something groovy in here. There we go. It's nuts to me. You're just minding your business. And I'm one of the good guys. Exactly, Matthew's here. Cousin Matthew's here. Let me tell you something. Exactly, Cousin Matthew. This is my bread and my butter. And you're going to stumble out of the drugstore and try to nail me in my face? I think not. I will put hands and feet. Of course, Cousin Matthew's on Facebook. Cousin Matthew's everywhere. All right, y'all. I'm going to sing some songs because that's what I came to do. I'm a little bright. I don't want to be that bright today. Give me 1 second. Check one. Check one. Little bright, little brighter. Little brighter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nuts. And this is exactly how that lady got killed in New York City, because we currently in New York City have a homeless issue. Actually, the whole nation has a homelessness crisis, but we have a particularly bad one here in New York City, and they are on the train stabbing people. They're roaming into people's homes at night and killing people, and they're trying to punch me in my fucking face on the street. But not today. You're not gonna punch me in my fucking face today. Not I. And then he threw the whole bag of trash at me. I'm still going, no. I'm like, which one of my ancestors is gonna lose its shit inside me? Because this guy decided that he didn't like his life enough that he wanted to punch me in my face. Oh God, I think you did connect. I'm so grateful. What song do I want to sing? I'm so grateful it didn't connect. That could have been really bad for him. I'm not all there. Looking out across the nighttime, the city winks a sleepless eye. Hear her voice shake my window, sweet seducing sighs. Get me out into the nighttime, for walls won't hold me tonight. If this town is just an apple, then let me take a bite. Exactly. Why? Are you kidding me? I was a flight attendant. I've learned to box people in 2 feet spaces. Are you kidding me? You're not gonna hit me in the New York streets and then not get knocked and punched. Let me not do that. Why does he do it that way? Reaching out to touch a stranger, electric eyes are everywhere. See that girl, she knows I'm watching. She likes the way I stare. If they say why Tell them that it's human nature. Why does he do it that way? If they say why, tell them that it's human nature. Why does he do it that way? Looking out across the morning, the city's heart begins to beat. Reaching out, I touch your shoulder. I'm dreaming of the street. If they say why, tell them that it's human nature. Why does he do it that way? If they say why does he do it that way? Why? Tell him that it's human nature. Why does he do it that way? If they say why? Tell him that it's human nature. Why does he do it that way? I like loving this way. Woo, child. Oh, God. My gosh. You can reach me by trailway. You can reach me by railway. You can reach me on an airplane. You can reach me with your mind. You can reach me by caravan. Cross the desert like an Arab man. I don't care how you get here, just get here if you can. You can reach me by sailboat, climb a tree and swing rope to rope. Take a sled and slide it down the slope into these arms of mine. You can jump on a speedy coach, cross the border in a blaze of hope. I don't care how you get here, just get here if you can. There are hills and mountains between us, always something to get over. I'm just warming up, y'all. If I had my way, surely you'd be closer. And I need you closer. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yeah. What's up, y'all? I'm Andre and the Flow singing to you live from New York City. This is not a pre-record. This is actually a black man with a microphone singing live to you and giving you the best of my heart that I have. I don't show up half-hearted or wholehearted. Ooh, yeah. I show up fully to life, even when people are trying to punch me in the face. I'm a grounded motherfucker, and you can never take that from me. Okay? Okay. There are hills and mountains between us, always something to get over. If I had my way, surely you would be closer. And I need you closer. You can windsurf into my life. Take me up on a carpet ride. You can make it in a big balloon, but you better get here soon. You can reach me by caravan, cross the desert like an Arab man. Oh, yes, you can. I don't care how you get here, just Tara. No, no, no. If you can, I don't care. I need you beside me. I need you beside me. I don't care how you get here, just. Oh, I love you. Oh, I love you. Oh, I love you. Oh, yes, I do. Oh, yes, I do. I don't care how you get here, just. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I don't care how you get here, just. Get here if you can. Y'all have no idea what it feels like to have a random 6'2" looking motherfucker swing at your face for no reason on the streets of New York City. Some of you will never feel that sensation. I know it though, Tara, because I've looked it in the face from other people when I was singing in the subway. When I was singing in the subway, when you're singing in the subways in New York, you attract a lot of attention. And you attract both positive attention and negative attention. So, kind of like the internet. I attract positive attention and negative attention here. I've had people look at me in my face where it looked like they were going to kill me in that moment. I know what that looks like, and so I recognize it. So when a man comes out of a drugstore and swings on my whole face and misses, I know exactly how to handle that situation, being a New Yorker. I know exactly how to fix it. I know exactly how to fix it. It's not for the weak. The life I live is not for the weak. I'll tell you that much. The life that I live is not for the weak. It's not for the lazy. It's not for the weak. It's not for the person who's not aware that on your way to run an errand, on your way to go pick up a money order for the rent, a motherfucker that's double your size and twice your height can try to punch you in the fucking face for just because? Just because? I said, whoa, dude. No, 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 no. We're not doing that today. And I feel the same way about people on the internet too. We're not doing that today. That negativity, that he threw a bag of trash right at my pants. I'll take, throw your trash at me. He threw a whole bag. He tried to punch me in the face, and then he was talking his shit, and then he threw a whole bag of trash at me. Me and my nice jeans. Imagine me leaving the house. Imagine me showering this morning to only have a stranger on the street throw a whole bag of trash, not at me, but on me. He didn't want those kind of problems, and he could see it in my face. He could see it in my face that I've been touched. I've been touched. I have been touched. I have been touched. And he wasn't going to touch me. Not again. You could hear in the because I was recording a voice memo. You would think that I was lying, except for I recorded this, and I didn't record it intentionally. It's not like I saw a guy it's not like I saw a man coming out of the store at me and was like, yo, let me record this for the Instagram. I was recording a voice memo, as many of us do when we're done typing. I was recording a voice memo to my dear Judy Nina. And mid-voice memo, he just swung on my forehead. Not today, Satan. You better back the fuck up. Give me 6 feet plus. What do you think this is, sir? What do you think this is? Oh, you're talking about this one. I got to do this for Tara. Y'all give me a second to do this for Tara. Y'all know I only care about my true fans anyway. Y'all are like, all of you people that come and go and take my score from me, the Redditors, the mods that like take my streams down for violating policies that I'm not violating. Clearly, I'm here giving a session and a free show for people for free. Clearly, I'm not in violation, but y'all are haters. I don't do this for y'all. Okay? If you benefit from it, then sure. But I do this for people like Tara, who know my book better than I do. And also, Tara gives me money to be here. The rest of you just watching a free show. Stay or leave if you want to. Take all the keys. Remove all of my streams if you want to. Take them all the fuck down. I'm only here trying to encourage, equip, and empower people, but take all my shit down if you want to. I'm only here for the true stars that are up above. These people have names. The person who keeps taking down my streams on Reddit doesn't have a face. But Aaron J has a face, and Tara P has a face, and I have a face that some stranger tried to swing on today while I was minding my fucking business, talking on the phone. So we're not scared of the paper tigers anymore. There's ancient teachings and philosophies about this shit. Don't be like the ancient Chinese traditions. They said, don't be scared of paper tigers. Don't be scared of whoever's out there in the. And this would happen to me on Clubhouse too, where my room would just get bricks. Or, you know, I think, Tara, you remember in the earlier days when they first started adding the ability to add your the type of room you were having. So on Clubhouse, which is an audio app that I stream on as well, and another app that I stream on as well, they would keep whoever the admins were, they would continue to remove the topics from my room. It would just happen and happen and happen, like over and over again. I know what adversity feels like. I've looked adversity in the face. As recent as this afternoon, when a stranger who is double my size tried to punch me in the face unsolicited. And I saw his ass. When he spun out of that, he must have been mad about something that happened. He was homeless looking and he was not clean. He was clearly mentally not well. And when he stumbled out of that drugstore mumbling obscenities at someone that he had given hell to a moment before, he was angry about whatever happened there, and he tried to put that anger into my face. Not today, motherfucker. Not today. Maybe tomorrow, but not today. I'm trying to pay this rent. You mean I got to leave my house and go over here and get this check to pay this rent today? And you gonna try to punch me in the face on the way there as a stranger? I think the fuck not. And it's the same kind of energy that happens when people remove your Reddit streams. And I don't mind it, because then I go into my subreddit that I own and then I repost the YouTube video of the replay. Y'all can either catch this fade of love now or later. I promise you I don't give a fuck. We gotta put that on a t-shirt, Tara. I'm gonna put my face, the cartoon face y'all see on the screen right here. Where am I in that camera 2? I'm gonna put this logo on the back of a t-shirt, and on the front of it, I'm going to say hashtag IPYIDAF. No, ID. I'll say it again to you, Siri. IPYIDGAF. I promise you I don't give a fuck. If I'm a singer, I'm one of the white hats. I'm one of the people that actually cares about being love and positivity in the world. You can see it all over my streams. You can see all over the screen right now. All I'm trying to do is connect with my audience and encourage and equip and empower people to be loved. That's all I'm trying to do. You mean to tell me while I'm trying to do this shit for people for free mostly, I got, my stars are here. Thank you, Tara. Thank you, Tishana. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Amy. I do have like 13 people supporting me. But other than that, I'm just out here, closing these contracts and freelancing and just doing the best I can to give more love to the planet and be a loving person. So imagine me trying to be a loving person in the world with receipts on the fucking screen. Imagine me having to fight to get on here because I'm in violation of Reddit policies. Or imagine me earlier in the afternoon taking a corner by the laundromat where I drop my clothes off and a motherfucker trying to punch me in the goddamn face. Imagine, I told Tara this afternoon, imagine being a me. I'm not talking about you right now. We'll get to you in a second. But imagine being a me, wanting to sing this pretty song I'm going to sing for you, Tara, that you want to hear the No, No, No song. Imagine being a me, and right in front of where I drop my laundry off to get done, a motherfucker stumbles out of a place on the block and tries to nail me in my face just for simply existing. Make it make sense. And this is what turns people in life. This is why you see a subtle turning to me. This is what puts me into the fuck it mode. I don't give a fuck about. It took me 4 times for the record, and I got receipts on this and they watched it happen over here. It took me 4 tries to get on Reddit today because I'm in violation of someone's policy because they don't want to feel the love. That's your business. Now that is your business. In the same way that Instagram takes my streams down because I'm in violation of policy. That's your business. That's your heart. That's not me. In the same way that a motherfucker that clearly, and see, the thing about it, before I thought about kicking him in the mouth, I'm so glad that I'm Buddhist because the Buddhist part of me has compassion. Even though you try to punch me in my whole face, I'm still going to not really aggress towards you because I know, beloved, that you're homeless. And I know, beloved, that you're mentally disturbed. And some of you Reddit people, you may not, I'm not talking about your house, but some of y'all are homeless inside. Some of you are mentally disturbed inside. And so you perceive my love as aggression, or you perceive my love as something, ooh. That's your business. A motherfucker and this is a wonderful example in life. You can be on your mission towards love. You can be fulfilling your responsibilities. You can be doing your part. And the motherfucker will still come out of a place and try to punch you in the face. Do you let it bother you? No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. Tara, this is it. This is it. No, no, no. You got me fucked up. You haters. I never can say goodbye. No, 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 no. I never can say goodbye. Even though the pain and the heartache seem to follow me wherever I go. Though I tried and tried to hide my feelings, they always seem to show. Then you try to say you're leaving me, and I always have to say no. Tell me why. Is it so that I never can say no, no, no? Bye, Cousin Matthew. I never can say goodbye. Every time I think I've had enough and start headed for the door, there's a very strange vibration piercing me right to the core. It says, turn around, you fool, you know you love her more and more. Tell me why. Child, I bash back. I bash the fuck back. Never can say goodbye, girl. Never can say goodbye. No, 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 no. Never can say goodbye. Never say goodbye. No, no, no. Imagine being in a society where when you speak up for yourself, you're the violent one. Goodbye. No, 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 no. I never can say goodbye. I keep thinking that our problems soon are all gonna work out. But there's that same unhappy feeling, there's that anguish, there's that doubt. It's that same old dizzy hang up I can't do with you or without. Tell me why. Is it so? Don't wanna let you go. Never can say. There's one watcher over on Reddit, Tara, and they don't realize there's some naysayers on the internet that don't realize that this one person I'm singing to, which could turn into 0 people, is no different than when I was singing on the subway platforms and one person would just stop to watch. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Oh, just lost a viewer again. I'm so grateful for my one and only viewer. If you gotta go, I understand. I stand alone in this work so often you'd be surprised. No, 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 no. No, 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 I can say. Thank you for coming in, y'all. Oh, I never can say goodbye, girl. Now we're up to 7 again. See how it just goes? They love me not. No, 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 no. Sometimes they want to give me a hug. Other times they want to punch me in the face. That's life, man. Never said goodbye. No, 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 no. Never can say, never can say, never can say goodbye. There you go, Tara. If you're still here, that's the No 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 song. Oh, man. Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my collection's complete? Wouldn't you think I'm the girl who has everything? Look at this trove, treasures untold. How many wonders can one cavern hold? Looking around here you think, sure, she's got everything. I've got gadgets and gizmos aplenty. I've got who's its and what's its galore. You want thingamabobs? I've got 20, but who cares? No big deal. I want more. I wanna be where the people are. I wanna see him dancing, walking around with those, what do you call them, feet. Flipping your fins, you don't get too far. Legs are required for jumping, dancing, strolling along down that, what's that road again? Oh yeah, street. Up where they walk, up where they run, up where they stay all day in the sun, watery free. I wish I could be part of that world. What would I give if I could live out of these waters? What would I pay to spend a day warm in the sand? Betcha on land they understand that they don't reprimand their daughters. Bright young women, sick of swimming and ready to stand. And I'm ready to know what the people know. Ask them my questions and get some answers. Oh, what's a fire and what is it? Oh, what's the word? Burn. When's it my turn? Wouldn't I love to explore the shore up above, out of the sea? Wish I could be. Alexa, world. I wonder what was different today. My lighting cue. No messages. People are haters on Reddit. It's Tall Cheesecake. It took me 4 times to get onto the stream today because I was in violation of some Reddit policy, and I hadn't even done anything beyond just sit here. And I hadn't even started singing yet. And it took me 4 tries to get onto this ashy motherfucker because someone is a hater, but they can't knock my shine. And the reason why people don't talk to me, Tara talks to me, Matthew talks to me, and Tall Cheesecake talks to me. The only reason why y'all talk to me is because we match in our energy. Y'all are on my level in so many ways. I'm a king. You're a king. You're kings and queens. You actually speak up, and you're not like, I'm in violation of some kind of policy that I don't even know exists. This is Reddit sessions where we're singing and talking and having sessions, right? Or am I confused? Can't win for losing, can you? I was telling them, Tall Cheesecake, that a random stranger tried to punch me in my face today. But the devil is a whole liar. In the same way that people tried to prevent me from talking to you today. Tall, someone on this app tried to prevent me from talking to you today. I was in violation of a policy. I don't know what the policy is, but as you can see, haters are real and imaginary. No, it can't be a copyright issue because you got dudes right across the hall that are spinning MC Hammer. You have dudes right across the hall that are spinning MC Hammer. You have dudes right across the hall that are playing their guitars and singing Johnny Carson. You got a dude across the hall right now, maybe not right now, but in this channel, you have a dude right across the hall that sings I Walk the Mile off pitch every day. With receipts. I watch all kinds of people sing music on this app every day. In all sorts of ways. So it couldn't possibly be that. I know a hater when I see one. Tale as old as time, true as it can be, barely even friends. So Tall Cheesecake, if I disappear out of the internet, just tell the friends that they can follow me on the subreddit. Here's the subreddit here. Andre's Love Cafe, and I'm on YouTube because YouTube doesn't treat me that way. Tale as old as time. Fuck a mod, man. They don't see it for me. Look at what happened. Ever just the same, ever a surprise, ever as before, ever just as sure as the sun will rise. That's why I don't give just my love to y'all. I have other cameras, camera 2 and camera 3, Reddit, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, because you have to be very ever just the same, and ever a surprise, ever as before, and ever just as sure as the sun Whoa, buddy, don't punch me in the face. Tale as old as time, tune as old as song, bittersweet and strange, finding you can change and learning you were wrong. Woo. Certain as the sun. Oh, there's the floss. Why is the floss in the studio? Rising in the east, tale as old as time, song as old as rhyme, Beauty and the Beast. There's no other stream like me on this thing. Nobody else. Tale as old as, show it to me. Song as old as rhyme, one of a kind. Beauty and the Beast. It's already resolved, Tall Cheesecake. I have Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and Reddit. People find me there all the time. Ooh, oh, don't cast your didn't the scripture say don't cast your pearls to the pigs? Beauty in the, we're gonna find it. Peace. Didn't Jesus say that? I ain't worried about this shit, Tall Cheesecake. Don't cast your pearls. Didn't Jesus say that? Don't cast your pearls to swine. Ain't nobody worried about it. It only took me like 500 times. Yeah. There it is. There's also another one. Oh, here it is. Yeah, Matthew 7:6 for today's holy reading. And this is for the haters on Reddit. This is for the haters out on the street trying to punch me in my face. This is for all the people that pretend that they don't see me when they do. This is for you. The words of the great mystical power called Jesus. Do not give what is holy to the dogs, nor cast your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces. We see this all the time. I was like, oh, I'm a singer. Oh, exactly. Which way? Y'all can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. But I understand what this is. I understand what life is. My eyes have been open to it. I know what this is. I know what this is. You don't deserve my story, Tall Cheesecake. I already told it. Rewind the tape and then watch it back. Or you can watch it over on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter. I'm bigger than all of this bullshit. You know it and I know it. Do not give what is holy to the dogs, nor cast your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under feet and turn and tear you to pieces. That's it. Another version of this says, do not throw your pearls before swine. Instead, cling to the valuable and beautiful things of God. They are your treasures. Don't throw them away. If you do not keep and treasure them, it will not turn out well for you in the end. That's someone's paraphrasing. But yeah, these are the words of Jesus. Let me look it up again. Matthew 7:6. Ain't that something? Don't blame me. Blame Jesus. Matthew 7:6. Imagine me trying to get on here to sing a clean concert and getting told I'm in violation of Reddit policies. Which one? Oh, here's the one in the NIV. I want the full chapter, though, because I need the verse before. This is actually a good little chapter. These are the words of Jesus, and this is how I feel. You don't tell me how to be. You can leave, Tall Cheesecake. What I think is so funny about Tall Cheesecake, and I've seen people like you before on Reddit, you all don't like me necessarily, but you're always in here. Like, that's what's so interesting about your type of energy, Tall Cheesecake, is that you don't really see it for me, and you don't really like me that much, but you're always in my face. Why are you always in here if you don't even like me? That's what I want to know. But the words of the mystic Jesus says, do not judge, or you will too be judged. For in the same way that you judge others, you will be judged. And with the measure you use, it will be measured to you. Why do you look at a speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? Word. How can you say to your brother, let me take the speck out of your eye, when all the time there's a plank in your own eye? You hypocrite. First take the plank out of your own eye, and then you will see clearly to remove the speck of your brother's eye. And then this is where Jesus just takes it on home. And I don't even no, with receipts, you're in here all the time talking shit. In fact, you're still in here talking shit. I can't wait for the day when I don't see you, but I'm going to always see you because you're one of those. I see you for who you are. Because if you really didn't like me, you'd be like everybody else who just nibbles and then walks away. But you have a crush on me. You just don't know it yet. But Jesus knocks it out of the park when he says, do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. Let me tell you one more thing before I get into the final little grand slam from the mystic we call Jesus. What's interesting about trolls and internet people and things like that is that, energies like that, is that I never go to their pages. I can't tell you what Tall Cheesecake does. I can't tell you, I'm sorry you're going through a hard time, but being aggressive to people will help you, Andre. Thank you so much, Tall Cheesecake. I've done very fine in this life without you. I do not, why are you here still? Would you explain to me why you're here? Are you here to offer me Christ's love? Are you here to give me advice? Are you here? Why are you here? If you don't like me, if I don't have to be so rude, if you're so nice and you've been only respectful and you barely come to my streams, I don't understand why you're here. I spend my time on other streams. I think I've been to your stream 4 or 5 times, check the receipts. Yeah, and you, we know what this is. We know what this is. Once again, back to the thesis. Do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. If you do, they may trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces. I've told y'all to your face, I've got 9.9 billion people to meet on the planet to sing for and to uplift with my instrument and what I do. I also do not suffer fools. I do not deal with the bullshit well. And I do not have to eat everything you serve me, Tall Cheesecake. In fact, it's one of the weirdest tasting cheesecakes I've ever had in my damn life. Usually tall cheesecakes are strawberry topped with a little dollop of what do you call it? The whipped topping on top. Usually cheesecakes are nice and tasting. Your energy is weird because sometimes you're on my side and sometimes you're not. And that's a weird tasting cheesecake. Something's off about the taste of the tall cheesecake. Yeah. Something's really, really, really weird today with the cheesecake. It's a little tangy. Thank you, T-Bone Eternal. You're awesome and have a great voice. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I am a Buddhist. I know well about karma. And it's funny that you would behave the way you do, understanding what karma really is. It's very interesting. If you really trust that karma, it's very interesting that you would be in the energy that you're in. But I'm done talking to you. I'm not going to respond to you for the rest of my session. I hope you have a great day. I'm sure I'll see you back tomorrow, antagonizing as you are. I will leave my heart at the door. I won't say a word. They've all been said before, you know. Thank you, T-Bone. Why don't we just play pretend like we're not scared of what is coming next, or scared of having nothing left? Look, don't get me wrong, I know there is no tomorrow. And all I ask is this. This is my last night with you. Hold me like I'm more than just a friend. Give me a memory I can use. Take me by the hand. Oh, we do what lovers do. And it matters how this ends. 'Cause what if I never love again? I don't need your honesty. It's already in your eyes. And I'm sure my eyes, they speak for me. See, no one knows me like you do. And since you're the only one that matters, tell me, who do I run to? Look, don't get me wrong, I know there is no tomorrow. And all I ask is this. This is my last night with you. Hold me like I'm more than just a friend. And give me a memory I can use. Take me by the hand. Oh, we do what love. Thank you, FGC Keith. It matters how this ends. Thank you, FGC Keith. 'Cause what if I never love again? Let this be our lesson in love. Let this be the way we remember us. I don't want to be cruel or vicious. And I ain't asking for forgiveness, 'cause all I ask is if this is my last night with you. Hold me like I'm more than just a friend. Give me a memory I can use. Take me by the hand. Oh, we do what lovers do. And it matters how this ends. 'Cause what if I never love again? Thank you, Tara. Thank you, FGC Keith. Thank you, T-Bone Eternal. Thank you. Especially the paying people. I appreciate you. This one goes out to the haters. First I was afraid, I was petrified, kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. And I spent so many nights thinking how you did me wrong. and I grew strong, and I learned how to get along, and so you're back from outer space. I just walked in to find you here with that sad look upon your face. I should have changed that stupid lock. I should have made you leave your key. If I had known for just 1 second you'd be back to bother me. Go on now, go. Walk out the door. Just turn around now, 'cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to hurt me with goodbye? Did you think I'd crumble? Did you think I'd lay down and die? Oh no, not I. I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. And I've got all my life to live, and I've got all my love to give, and I'll survive. I will survive. Hey, hey. It took all the strength I had not to fall apart. Kept trying hard to mend the pieces of my broken heart. And I spent oh so many nights just feeling sorry for myself. I used to cry, but now I hold my head up high and you see me, somebody new. I'm not that chained up little person still in love with you. And so you felt like dropping in and just expect me to be free. And now I'm saving all my loving for someone who's loving me. Go on now, go see the stars, walk out the door. Just turn around now, 'cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to break me with goodbye? Did you think I'd crumble? Did you think I'd lay down and die? Oh no, not I. I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. And I've got all my life to live, and I've got all my love to give, and I'll survive. I will survive. I will survive. Bah. I sure will. With or without you, bitch. With or without you. I promise you I will. So rough out here. So rough out here. You're catching it from all sides. Friendly fire and enemy fire. You just catch it from everything. You just, you're never good enough. You're never happy enough. You're never pleasant enough. You're never strong enough. You're never quiet enough. You're never loud enough for some of these people. They're just trying to make you fit into a mold. Fuck all of that. Freedom is my destiny. Freedom is my birthright. It's what I will have. I will speak as I wish. I will talk as I wish. I will emote as I wish. I will sing as I wish. I will be as the fuck I wish. And I will ignore the people that I wish to ignore forever. You should ask my mother about how she didn't get talked to for 13 years because of nonsense. You strangers on the internet are nothing to me. I put my mother in a 13-year time out because the energy was not right. Oh, there's no love and support here. Oh, there's a bunch of shit talking here. Oh, you're not accepting me for who I am. Because I know who I am. I'm not robbing any banks. I'm not holding up anybody at gunpoint. I'm certainly not trying to punch strangers in the face on the streets of New York City as someone tried to do to me today. And so, and I wasn't even speaking to him at all or in his direction at all. And so because I know who the fuck I am, I'm not going to allow people like my mother or my dearly departed dead dad, I'm not going to let any of y'all run this show. I'm about to sing My Way, the Frank Sinatra standard, but you don't really have the power here that you think you have because you just don't have it. You just don't have it. You believe in things that I don't believe in. You don't love yourself, and it shows every day. It's very clear when people do not love themselves. It's very evident, and more people can see it than you think sees it. But that's chill. I don't even know who you are anymore. And Tara can tell you this with receipts. There are people who come into these streams who I never even address anymore. Never talk to them. It's very easy for me. Very, very easy. Because once I see you for who you really are, you'll have to change your whole screen name just to come back in here to taunt me again. You'll have to change your whole screen name just to come back. Because the people that I'm singing for up here, they know everything about me and they still send me the money. They know everything about me and they still bless my journey. They understand. They know everything that I've shared and they still say, yo, you still deserve to win. These folks right here. You will never be spoken to again. Ever. I promise you, I'll never utter your name. You'll be when people text me the messages of like dropping the names of people in the past, I literally go, who? So you're going to talk to yourself for the rest of your life. And that's actually the last time I'm going to address your comments to me ever as well. This is the last comment to you, and you know who you are. That is your last comment. You'll have to change your whole fucking screen name to talk to me again. That's how I roll. Okay. But I'm sure you'll be back because you always are. You'll be back. Soon you'll see. You'll remember you belong to me. What song was I reaching for in this book? Now that we've blocked someone to their face. Yes. Mind the gap, y'all. Who? I've often dreamed of a far off place where heroes welcome would be waiting for me, where the crowds will cheer when they see my face, and a voice keeps saying, this is where I'm meant to be. I'll be there someday. I can go the distance. I will find my way. If I can be strong, I know every mile will be worth my while. When I go the distance, I'll be right where I belong. Down an unknown road to embrace my fate. Though that road may wander, it will lead me to you. And 1,000 years would be worth the wait. It might take a lifetime, but somehow we'll see it through. And I won't look back. I can go the distance, and I'll stay on track. No, I won't accept defeat. It's an uphill slope, but I won't lose hope. When I go the distance and my journey is complete. But to look beyond the glory is the hardest part. For a hero's strength is measured in his heart. Ooh, oh, yes. Thanks everybody for being here. I'm Andre and the Flow singing to you live from New York City. Show from my heart to yours. Thanks for being here. Like a shooting star, I will go the distance. I will search the world. I will face its harms. I don't care how far. I can go the distance until I find my hero's welcome waiting in your arms. Your arms. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Tara. Oh, job. Oh my gosh. Exactly. Tara, you know. You know, Tara. You already know. And it's funny how many people are actually on that status. Like, for real, for real. They know it and I know it. Yeah. It's funny. Ah, this is not the key of the... This needs to be in this key. Check, check one. Yes. Yeah. Yes. When you wish upon a star, makes no difference who you are. Anything your heart desires will come to you. If your heart is in your dream, no request is too extreme. When you wish upon a star, your dreams come true. Fate is kind. She brings to those who love the sweet fulfillment of their secret longing. Like a bolt out of the blue, fate steps in and sees you through. When you wish upon a star, your dreams come true. So good. All those days watching from the windows, all those years outside looking in, all that time never even knowing just how blind I've been. Now I'm here blinking in the starlight. Now I'm here, suddenly I see that standing here, it's all so clear. I'm where I'm meant to be. And at last I see the light. It's like the fog has lifted. And at last I see the light. It's like the sky is new. And it's warm and real and bright. And the world is somehow shifted. All at once, everything is different now that I see you. All those days chasing down a daydream, all those days living in a blur, all that time never truly seeing things the way they were. Now she's here, shining in the starlight. Now she's here, suddenly I know that if he's here, it's crystal clear. I'm where I'm meant to go. And at last I see the light. It's like the fog, it depends on the song. And at last I see the light. It's like the sky is new. And it's warm. Oh, they're the Doritos. And the world is somehow shifted. All at once, everything is different now that I, oh yeah, now that I see you. Uh-oh. Let me pull. I'm only doing this because it's already a song that I sing. No, I don't do We Are the World. I do Heal the World. But I'll try to do We Are the World for you because your energy's right. Let's see. We are the children. I don't think I know this song like that though, but we'll try it. If not, I'll do Heal the World for you. Heal the World's the one I know. And I probably should not even take this request and just do the one I know. Let me get We Are the World lyrics over on camera too. We are the world. Oh, I could get out of this really quickly by just simply going. We are the world, we are the children, we are the ones that make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a brighter day. Just you and me. That's what you get. That's what you get. We are the world, we are the children, we are the ones that make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own life. It's true, we make a brighter day for just you and me. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here we go. There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. And this place could be much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In this place, you'll feel there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there. If you care enough for the living, make a little space to make a better place. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make it a little space for you and for me. If you want to know why, there's a love that cannot lie. Love is strong, it only cares for joyful giving. If we try, we shall see. In this bliss we cannot feel fear or dread. We stop existing and start living. Then it feels that always love's enough for us growing. So make a better world, make a better world, heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make it a better place for you and for me. And the dream we were conceived in, we reveal a joyful face. And the world we once believed in will shine again in grace. Then why do we keep strangling life when this world crucify its soul? Though it's plain to see this world is heavenly, be God's glow. We could fly, oh so high, let our spirits never die. In my heart, I feel you are all my brothers. Create a world with no fear. Together we'll cry happy tears. See the nations turn their swords into plowshares. We could really get it there if you cared enough for the living. Make it a little space, come on y'all, to make a better place. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make it a little space for you and for me. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make it a little place for you and for me. There are people dying. If they cared enough for the living, make it a better place for you and for me. For you and... Are you singing along? Are you singing along? You and for feed the little children, clothe the little babies, for you and for me. Dreamed a dream in time gone by, when hope was high and life worth living. I dreamed that love would never die. I prayed that God would be forgiving. Then I was young and unafraid, and dreams are made and used and wasted. There was no ransom to be paid, no song unsung, no wine untasted. But the tigers come at night, with their voices soft as thunder, as they tear your hopes apart. Oh yeah. And they turn your dreams to shame. Till I dreamed he'd come to me, and we would live the year together. And there are dreams that cannot be, and there are storms we cannot weather. The nacho cheese is getting me. I had a dream my life would be so different from this hell I'm living, so different now than what it seemed. Life has killed the dream I dreamed. Oh yeah. They certainly tried. They certainly tried to kill the dream, man. They tried to kill the dream. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, I was supposed to be singing My Way for y'all earlier. I did it my way. Where are you, My Way? Yeah. Don't do it anybody else's way. Do it your way. Whatever you do in life, make sure you do it your way. And now, the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear. I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I traveled each and every highway and more, much more than this. I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do. I saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway, and more, much more than this. I did it my way. Yes, there were times I'm sure you knew when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up and spit it out. I faced it all, and I so tall, and did it my way. I've loved, I've laughed and cried. I've had my fill, my share of losing. And now, as tears subside, I find it all so amusing to think I did all that, and may I say, in not a shy way, oh no, 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 oh no, not me. I did it my way. For what is a man? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows I took the blows and did it my way. Oh, oh, oh. Oh yeah. If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows I took the blows. Yes, it was my way. All right, I'm gonna head out in a second. This one's been a lot of fun. I'll tell you that much. It's been lots of fun. Hope you enjoyed it. I'm Andre in the Flow singing to you live from New York City. Phone home, oh, in the morning the light. Let's do a do-over on that. I'm the producer, right? I'm the producer. I'm in charge. I'm the boss. Yeah. I'm the boss. Live from New York, Andre in the Flow. I come home in the morning light. My mother says, when you gonna live your life right? Oh, mama dear, in all the fortunate ones and girls, they wanna have fun. Oh, girls, they wanna have fun. Phone rings in the middle of the night. My father yells, what you gonna do with your life? Oh, daddy dear, you know you're still number one. And girls, they wanna have fun. Oh, girls, they wanna have, that's all they really want. Some fun. When the working day is done, oh, girls, they wanna have fun. Are you ready for your part? Oh, girls, are you ready for your part? Sing along if you know it. Girls, they wanna have fun. Girls, they wanna have, they just wanna. Some boys take a beautiful girl and hide her away from the rest of the world. I wanna be the one to walk in the sun, and girls, they wanna have fun. Oh, girls, they wanna have, that's all they really want. I'm joking. It's fine. Some fun. When the working day is done, oh, girls, they wanna have fun. Oh, girls, they wanna have, that's all they really want. Some fun. When the working day is done, oh, when the working day is done, oh, girl, Yep, fine. I hope y'all enjoyed my nearly 2-hour show, including fighting with friends on the internet for a section there. But I hope that you really enjoyed the meat and the potatoes of what I deliver. What I deliver is real talk and emotion. What I deliver is songs from the heart. That's what I do. There are 9.9 billion people on the planet, which means that, I know 9.9 billion people don't even have access to cell phones. But, though for those of us who do, what a gift. And that means that we can create whatever spaces we want to create as we want to create it. And people can pick or choose whether or not they want it. It's so wonderful to be free. I hope you enjoyed this. This was the best of me. It's simple, I love it, having you near me, having you here. Our conversations, outrageous. You smile, and I smile, and I say, hey, this is getting personal, personal, personal. Let's stay for a while and play such a beautiful moment. Oh, I'm giving you the best of me. Amazing, amazing. Have you close to me. Amazing, amazing. Good morning, here's breakfast. Lost track of time, but we had a ball. Let's catch a movie, then a dinner. Tonight's the night, we'll just unwind and stay. Hey, 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 let's stay personal, personal, personal. Let's stay for a while and play such a beautiful. Are you rocking along in your house? Oh, I'm giving you the best of me. Thank you so much for the donations, everybody. I appreciate your donations for keeping me alive and keeping my flow going. Thank you specifically to Tara P, Carl D, Tamisha W, Tishana T, Ange P. I'm giving you the best of me. Amazing, amazing. Have you close to me. I'll tell you a secret in a second. I'll tell you a secret after I finish. Can you keep a secret? I'm gonna tell you a secret after I finish. Before my encore. Can you keep a secret, y'all? I'm about to tell you a secret. It's very hot today. Yeah, yeah. It's very hot today. I'm giving you the best of me. It's amazing, it's amazing, it's amazing, amazing, amazing. Having you close to me. It's very hot. I'll tell you a secret in a second. I'm giving you, giving you, giving you, giving you, giving you, giving you, giving you. Okay. So here's the secret. It doesn't matter what anybody says or thinks about you, as long as you deeply and powerfully approve and value yourself. It doesn't matter the opinions of anybody else on the planet, as long as you are a loving person and you love and approve of the love you give. Doesn't matter. I'll also tell you something. I come on these streams to see if I can sing an hour and 30-minute show through. I'm not here to fight with people in the comment section or prove my worth or validity. I'm trying to simply see in front of everybody, including the haters, if I can get through an hour and a half, because what this is money for me. You're just contributing to my money by being here. Even if you don't show up, you're still contributing to my money. You're making me money because now I know that even with, riffraff in the audience, even with all hell popping loose, even with somebody trying to punch me in the face in New York City, even with all of this, I can still make it through an hour and 43 minutes of quality vocal content and get paid for it. That's what I can do. That's what I can do. And there are people out in the world, believe it or not, to you naysayers and haters, there are people out in the world who've never heard me speak. Meaning that I show up, they hand me my money, I sing the pretty songs, and then I leave. They don't even get as deep in the weeds as many of you do. They come, they hear me go, giving you, that's me, yeah. They hear me doing that, they hand me my cash, and then I walk out. I don't even have to talk to people in my usual work. I don't do stage doors like that. I go in, I do it, people clap. Only on the internet can someone ask you to show your feet. Y'all been asking to see my feet all week. There you go. Giving you the best of me, yeah. Giving you. So it doesn't matter what anybody else says about you, what they think about you, or most of the people who are watching you from their couches. They're not living up to their fullest potential. They couldn't be, right? And so you just have to keep doing what you do, producing your magic in the world. And I promise you, the people that hire me and pay me thousands of dollars to do what I do, I never say anything to them in the ways that I talk to live stream audiences. Ever. You want to see it again, Woody Shrubs? Here, I'll give you something good. I should sing a song to you. Okay, I believe in miracles. Where you from? You sexy thing, you. Want to sniff it? You want to sniff it? I know you do. I know you want to sniff it. I believe in miracles. Where you from? You sexy thing, yo. I used to be able to get my leg up higher than that. I gotta go back to yoga. I believe in miracles. He says, you the fucking man. There you go. You like that? Yeah. You sexy thing, you. Yes. There's tons of ways to make money. Don't y'all worry about me. You better drink your water and mind your business. I have multiple streams of income in my veins. Thank you, Tara. Thank you, Tara. Maybe I should start our OnlyFans where I take off my socks and shoes and I'm like, I believe in miracles where you born. You sexy thing. Reminds me of one time when this guy, well, maybe I shouldn't talk about that. Maybe that'll be for my OnlyFans. I should. I believe in miracles. Where you from? You sexy thing. Yo. All right, enough of that. Yes, there's always an audience for everybody. And don't worry if people are not your audience, because there's an audience for everybody. Clearly, someone just came up in here and asked me to show my feet to them, and I did. And somebody else, maybe not Woody Shrubs, but somebody else would pay me for that shit too. Multiple streams of income. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Hallelujah. Ain't nobody. I did it my way. Put it in your mouth. Woo, child. Oh, Jesus. Listen, I have a very, very enchanted life. Life is very, very kind to me. Life, if I could write a whole play based on just what happened to me personally in the last 3 hours. And I think it's just fantastic to be me in the world. I think that it's just great. It's just freaking fantastic. I'm so happy being me and my feet. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay, so sorry. I got distracted with the feet thing. Here's the encore, as promised. Who knows what he shrubs? Maybe one day I'll take the socks off for you and sing you a lullaby. Maybe I'll take my socks off one day, you know, put them on the foot cam, wiggle them, because, like, listen, crazy things. I can't tell you all the stories of anyway, I can't talk about that. Anyway, here's the encore. See, there's a lot of people who never hear me even speak. They just hear me go, the sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be sun. Just thinking about tomorrow clears away the cobwebs and the sorrow till there's none. When I'm stuck in a day that's gray and lonely, I just stick out my chin and grin and say, the sun will come out tomorrow, so you gotta hang on till tomorrow. Come on, May, tomorrow, I love you, tomorrow, you're always a day away. When I'm stuck in a day that's gray and lonely, I just stick out my chin and grin and say, I'll see you tomorrow, y'all. Thank you to my sponsor, Doritos Nacho Cheese. Thank you to my sponsors, Doritos. Tomorrow, I'll love you. You're always a day away. Live from New York. I'm Andre in the Flow. Good night, everybody. So good to see you. Thank you to Tara Praolo Studio, associate producer of Andre's Love Cafe. Thank you so much for being here, and you're awesome. Thank you also to, let's see, Woody Shrubs, man. I'll show you my feet anytime. Junior Bake Off Fan 69. Seaworthiness totaled 94. Yeah, thank you so much for your love. I really appreciate you. Have a great rest of your evening. Of course, I'll leave the live stream up. We've got about maybe an hour going. I may move over into social distalizing. I may move over into social distancing so that I can just kind of chill with people for a little bit and talk it up. Or maybe the U show. I can just work. Yeah, I'll do co-working over in the U show. You're more than welcome to stop by. Some of you. I know that all of you will stop by, and it's fine. I'll just continue to ignore you for all time. Have a wonderful life, everybody. May you be happy. May you be healthy. May you be free of all suffering. May you be happy. May you be healthy. May you be free of all suffering. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. No autographs tonight. No autographs tonight. No. And no meet and greet either. No. I just want the car to come and pick me up and take me home. Oh. Yeah, no meet and greet and no autographs tonight. No. You can invite them, since they're family friends and people I know, you can invite them backstage and downstairs, and I'll meet them inside, but I'm not doing autographs tonight. And we're not going to do a public meet and greet tonight. No, I just want soup and Netflix, please. I just want the car to come and take me home, please. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You don't want this today. Oh, man. Thanks, everybody. You're amazing. I really appreciate your love and support. We're going to get everything we want out of this life together. It's going to be wonderful. I've had so many wonderful crowning achievements in my life, and wonderful, amazing things happen to me, and I know that the future is going to be no different. No different. I'm so grateful for you and your time and attention. Once again, special thank you to all of my super fans, all of my stars, Kate H, Tara P, Aaron J, Carl D. These are all people who see it for me in my magic in a real, powerful, and tangible way. And so I'm so grateful for you. I'm doing this work because you believe in me, and I know that your belief in me is going to make room for other opportunities. So I'm grateful. Super, super grateful from the bottom of my heart to all of you for being here.
You are about to hear The New Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale, performed by Earl Nightingale. Copyright 2015, BN Publishing. Online at bnpublishing.com.
This is Earl Nightingale with the new edition of Lead the Field. This program is about 12 ideas that will bring order and success into our lives. These ideas will work wonders regardless of what we choose as the main thrust of our lives, for these are the great ideas that have evolved over the centuries, and together they form a constellation by which you and I can safely and successfully navigate. The great Spanish philosopher Ortega reminded us that we human beings are the only creatures on the planet Earth that are born into a natural state of disorientation with our world. That is, while all other creatures are guided by instinct of which they're neither aware nor have the capacity to question, each of us, as human creatures, was given the godlike power to create his or her own life. And each of us does exactly that all the years of his or her life. Every day we put in place actions and ideas that will determine the shape and substance of our tomorrows. For some, those ideas and actions lead inevitably to extraordinary achievement and rewards. For most, they tend to lead to a kind of middle ground in which great numbers of people take their cues from each other without question or consideration. And for some, those actions and ideas lead to repeated frustration and problems as they spend their lives in the bottom layers of the socio-economic pyramid. Success or failure as a human being is not a matter of luck or circumstance or fate or the breaks or who you know or any of the other tiresome old myths and cliches by which the ignorant tend to excuse themselves. It's a matter of following a common-sense paradigm of rules, guidelines anyone can follow. Now, this program, Lead the Field, has changed more lives, brought about more success stories, helped create more millionaires, saved more careers, important jobs, and marriages than any other program ever produced. And the rules we talk about here don't change. They apply to any situation, under any and all circumstances. We never have to say, I wonder what'll work in this particular situation. All we have to do is make these ideas our own. And we begin with what I call the magic word. We all want good results from life in our home, our work, and in all our contacts with other people. And the most important single factor to guarantee good results day in, day out, all the months and years of our lives, is a healthy attitude. Attitude is the magic word. Attitude is defined as the position or bearing as indicating action, feeling, or mood, and it is our actions, feelings, or moods which determine the actions, feelings, and moods of others. Our attitude tells the world what we expect in return. If it's a cheerful, expectant attitude, it says to everyone with whom we come in contact that we expect the best in our dealings with our world. You see, we tend to live up to our expectations, and others give to us, as far as their attitudes are concerned, what we expect. Our attitude is something we can control. We can establish our attitude each morning when we start our day. In fact, we do just that whether we realize it or not. And the people in our family, all the people in our world, will reflect back to us the attitude we present to them. It is then our attitude toward life which determines life's attitude toward us, cause and effect. Everything we say or do will cause a corresponding effect. If we're cheerful, glad to be experiencing this miracle of life, others will reflect that good cheer back to us. We are the kind of person others enjoy being around. You and I are responsible for our lives. You and I produce causes all day long, every day of our lives. The environment can only return to us a corresponding effect. That's why I say each of us determines the quality of his or her own life. We get back what we put out. Now, here's a way to test the past quality of your attitude. Would you say people tend to react to you in a smiling, positive manner with friendly greetings when you appear? Your answer to that question will tell the story. I remember the time when a man and his wife bought a home across the street from me in Florida. They had moved there from Minnesota. They had planned the move for years. They were tired of the northern winters, and he was an avid fisherman. Several months passed after their move, and one day I was surprised to see them packing. I walked across the street and asked the man if they were leaving so soon after they made the move. He nodded. "My wife hates it here," he said. "We're going back home." I asked him how in the world his wife could hate it there, what his wife didn't like about the place, and with a few questions, the truth came out. "She hasn't been accepted here," he said. "The other women of the community have left her strictly alone. She's made no friends. She hasn't been asked to participate in any of the community activities." So I asked him, "Has she let the other women know she's interested in participating in community activities?" He stopped what he was doing and looked at me. "No," he said. "No, she hasn't. She's been waiting for the women to ask her." And since she stayed in the house, waiting for them to come to her, they've thought of her as reclusive, as a person who's not interested in making friends, so they've left her alone. Well, there was a long silence, and he began nodding. "Yes, that's exactly what's happened," he said. "Yes, the women of the neighborhood should have come to her and introduced themselves or invited her to a tea or luncheon, but they were reacting to her. She didn't know that the community could only give her back a reflection of her own attitude. He was a woman in her 60s who had never learned the first important rule for successful living, that our surroundings will always reflect us, that our environment is a mirror, often a merciless mirror, of ourselves. As soon as a person begins to change, his or her surroundings will change, and it works like this. Great attitude, great results. Good attitude, good results. Fair or average attitude, fair or average results. Poor attitude, poor results. So each of us shapes his or her own life, and to an altogether unexpected extent, the shape and texture, the quality or the lack of quality of our lives is determined by our habitual attitude. That sounds simple, doesn't it? But it's not quite that easy. For most of us, learning this new habit takes time. But once it becomes a habit-knit part of our lives, our world will change as dramatically as would walking from a dark cave into the bright light of day. Most people never think about their attitudes at all. For most of them, it's a matter of beginning each day in neutral. Their attitudes are neither good nor bad, but are poised to react to whatever stimuli they encounter. If the stimulus is good, they'll reflect it. If it's bad, they'll reflect that too. They're chameleons, and they go through their days reacting to whatever confronts them. And these are the people of our environment. That's why it's so important for us to control our attitudes, to make sure they're excellent or good. A person with a poor attitude toward learning, for example, isn't going to learn very much. I know you can think of examples of this in your own life. If we take the attitude that we can't do something, we generally will not do it. An attitude of failure, and we're whipped before we start. It was William James of Harvard, the founder of psychology in America, who said, "Human beings can alter their lives by altering their attitudes of mind." In trying to describe the attitude that's worked so well for me over the years, I found myself using two important words: gratitude and expectant. First, I'm grateful for the opportunity to live on this beautiful and astonishing planet Earth. I wake up with a sense of gratitude in the morning. Secondly, I expect the best. I expect to reach the goals I establish for myself, about which we'll talk a good deal more later in the program. I find the idea of fulfilling those goals agreeable, hence the attitude of expectancy. I know the world will give me back what I put out in the way of attitude, so it's up to me. I'm responsible. There are millions of human beings living narrow, darkened, frustrated lives, living defensively simply because they take a defensive, doubtful attitude toward themselves and, as a result, toward life in general. A person with a poor attitude becomes a magnet for unpleasant experiences. When those experiences come, as they must because of his attitude, they tend to reinforce his poor attitude, thereby bringing more problems and so on. The person becomes an example of self-generating, doom-fulfilling prophecy. And it's all a matter, believe it or not, of attitude. We get what we expect, and our outlook on life is a kind of paintbrush, and with it we paint our world. It can be bright and filled with hope and satisfaction, or it can be dark and gloomy, lugubrious. It's hard to convince people sometimes that the world they experience is a reflection of their attitude. They take the attitude that if people would only be nice to them, they'd be nice in return. They're like the person sitting in front of the cold stove, waiting for the heat. Until they put in the fuel, there's not going to be any heat. It's up to them to act first. It has to start somewhere. Let it begin with us. Attitude is the reflection of the person inside. Consider for a moment the people who go sailing through life from one success to another and who, when they occasionally fail at something, shrug it off and head right out again. No matter what a person does, wherever you find a person doing an outstanding job and getting outstanding results, you'll find a person with a good attitude. These people take the attitude toward themselves that they can accomplish what they set out to accomplish. They take the attitude that achievement is the natural order of things, and it is. That there's no good reason on earth why they can't be as successful, as competent as anyone else. They have a healthy attitude toward themselves and as a result toward life and the things they want to accomplish. And because of that, they accomplish some remarkable things and come to be called successful and outstanding and brilliant and lucky and so on. They're quite frequently no smarter or more talented than most other people, but they have the right attitude. They find their accomplishments not too difficult simply because it seems so few others are really trying or really believe in themselves. As to luck, forget it. Luck is what happens when preparedness meets opportunity, and opportunity is there all the time. A person can be very efficient at his or her work, but if the corresponding excellent attitude isn't present, well, the person's a failure. A robot can do a great job, but only a human being can ennoble work with a great attitude, and by so doing touch it with the magic of humanness, make it come alive and sing, make it truly worthwhile. That, my friend, makes the difference. Successful people come in all sizes, shapes, ages, and colors, and in widely varying degrees of intelligence and education, but they have one thing in common. They expect more good out of life than bad. They expect to succeed more often than they fail, and they do. Now there are things you want, worthwhile things. Take the attitude that there are a lot more reasons why you can reach those goals than fail in the attempt. Go after them, work at it, keep your attitude positive, cheerful, and expectant, and you'll get them, and as you do, you'll grow to new plateaus and be able to accomplish still more. And remember this, our environment, the world in which we find ourselves living and working, is a mirror of our attitudes and expectations. If we feel that our environment could stand some improvement, we can bring about that change for the better by improving our attitude. The world plays no favorites. It's impersonal. It doesn't care who succeeds or who fails, nor does it care if we change. Our attitude toward life doesn't affect the world and the people in it nearly so much as it affects us. It would be impossible to even estimate the number of jobs that have been lost, promotions or good grades missed, sales lost, or marriages ruined by poor attitudes. But you can number in the millions the jobs which are held but hated, the marriages which are tolerated but unhappy, the parents and children who fail to understand and love one another, all because of people who are waiting for the world and others to change toward them. They don't understand that what they're getting is a reflection of themselves. Nothing can change until we do. When we change, our worlds will change. The answer is attitude. How does one develop a good attitude? The same way one develops any other factor, practice. One good way is to stick a small sign on the bathroom mirror on which is printed the word attitude. That way you'll see it first thing every morning. You might have another one in your car and at your place of work. We need to smile more, speak to people, go out to people. Everything in the world we want to do or get done, we must do with and through people. Every dollar we will ever earn must come from people. Everything worthwhile, the person we love and with whom we want to spend the rest of our life, is a human being with whom we must interact. Our children are individuals, each different from any other person who ever lived. And what affects them most is our attitude, the loving kindness they see and feel whenever we're around them. If you begin to develop and hold an attitude that says yes to life and the world, you'll be astonished at the changes you'll see. Someone once said, life is dull only to dull people. It's true, of course. It's also true that life is interesting only to interesting people, and life is successful only for successful people. We must be the epitome, the embodiment. We must radiate success before it'll come to us. We must first become mentally, from an attitude standpoint, the people we wish to become. Many years ago, a famous Los Angeles restaurateur was asked by a newspaper reporter, "When did you become successful?" And he replied, "I was successful when I was dead broke. I knew what I wanted to do, and I knew I'd do it. It was only a matter of time." He had a successful attitude long before the success he sought had become a reality. The great German philosopher and writer Goethe put it this way: before you can do something, you must be something. But let me prove my point by giving you a test. If you will conscientiously go about the test I'll outline and concentrate on it every day, you will find yourself becoming lucky, as the uninitiated call it. All sorts of wonderful things will begin happening in your life, and it'll show you what a great attitude can mean. So here's the test. Treat every person with whom you come in contact as the most important person on earth. Now, you do that for 3 excellent reasons. 1, as far as every person is concerned, he or she is the most important person on earth. 2, because that's the way human beings ought to treat each other. And 3, by treating everyone this way, we begin to form an important habit. There's nothing in the world that men, women, and children want and need more than self-esteem, the feeling that they're important, that they're recognized, that they're needed, that they count and are respected. They will give their love, their respect, and their business to the person who fills this need, even if it's a short encounter. Have you ever noticed that the higher you go in any organization of value, the nicer the people seem to become? It works this way. The bigger the people, the easier it is to talk to them, to get along with them, and work with them. So they naturally matriculate to the top. It's their attitudes. And the people with great attitudes just naturally gravitate to the top of whatever business or department they're in. They don't have great attitudes because of their positions. They have their positions largely because of their great attitudes. For the purposes of this test, act toward others in exactly the same manner that you want them to act toward you. Treat the members of your family as the very important people they really are, the most important in the world. Carry out into the world each morning the kind of attitude you'd have if you were the most successful person on earth. Notice how quickly it develops into a habit. And almost immediately a change will be noticed. Irritations that used to frustrate you begin to disappear. When some less informed person gives you a bad time, don't let his poor attitude infect yours. Keep yours in hand. Keep it good. Keep cool, above it all, and smiling. If someone cuts in front of your car or acts in any other manner that shows a lack of courtesy, don't react as he would. Smile it off. Destructive emotions such as anger, hatred, or jealousy don't hurt others. They hurt you. They can make your life miserable. They can make you sick. Forgive everyone who ever hurt you. Really forgive them. And then forgive yourself. That's all past. Stewing over it, exhuming it, can only make you sick. Forgive and forget it. Get rid of it. You've risen above that sort of thing. And as you develop a great attitude, you'll probably realize that you've already placed yourself on the road to what you seek. You're well on your way. It makes no difference how successful you may have been in the past. You'll be delighted with the ease and comfort of your new life. The bad or poor attitudes of others can be as infectious as the common cold. It's important that we look on them in this light, as infectious conditions that can only end by hurting and annoying us if we allow ourselves to catch them. Like the doctor, often working with people with infectious conditions, we must keep ourselves healthy. We simply don't have time for that sort of thing. Whoever started the cliche, "life's too short," certainly knew what he or she was talking about. It really is too short, much too short, to spend any of our valuable time mimicking the attitudes of others, unless they're good. A great attitude does much more than turn on the lights in our worlds. It seems to magically connect us to all sorts of serendipitous opportunities that were somehow absent before the change. Maybe that's what people mean when they say we're lucky. Suddenly we do find ourselves getting the so-called breaks, but it's really nothing more than this new connection with the world that comes with a great attitude. We find ourselves doing more and doing it in less time. We put ourselves directly in the path of all kinds of serendipitous happenings. When you begin to develop a better attitude, you should realize that you've already placed yourself in the top 5% of the people, the most successful people on earth. You've placed yourself on the road to what you seek. You've prepared the ground. You've only to plant the seed. Now, in summing up, here are a few points to keep in mind. First, it's our attitude at the beginning of a difficult task which, more than anything else, will bring about its successful outcome. Secondly, our attitudes toward others determine their attitudes toward us. We're all interdependent. The success we achieve in life will depend largely on how well we relate to others. Thirdly, before you can achieve the kind of life you want, you must think, act, talk, and conduct yourself in all of your affairs as would the person you wish to become. Keep a mental picture of that person before you as often as you can during the day. And fourthly, remember that the higher you go in any organization of value, the better the attitudes you'll find, and that attitudes are not the result of success. Success is the result of great attitudes. And finally, the deepest craving of the human being is for recognition and self-esteem, to be needed, to feel important, to be recognized and appreciated. That includes our loved ones and all the people with whom we come in contact during our days. To make these important principles a habit-knit part of our lives, here are some suggestions. Since our minds can hold only one thought at a time, make the thoughts you hold constructive and positive. Look for the best in people and ideas. Be constantly alert for new ideas you can put to use in your life. Don't waste time talking about your problems to people who can't solve them, or your health unless it's good, or you're talking to your doctor. It won't help you. It cannot help others. Radiate the attitude of well-being and confidence, the attitude of the person who knows where he or she's going. You'll find all sorts of good things happening to you. And lastly, treat everyone with whom you come in contact as the most important person on earth. Start this habit, practice it consistently, and you'll do it and benefit from it for the rest of your life. Thank you. In the year 1843, a man was born who was to have a profound effect upon the lives of millions of people. His name was Russell Herman Conwell. He became a lawyer, then a newspaper editor, and finally a clergyman. It was during his church career that an incident occurred which was to change his life and the lives of countless others. One day a group of young people came to Dr. Conwell at his church and asked him if he'd be willing to instruct them in college courses. They all wanted a college education but lacked the money to pay for it. He told them to let him think about it and come back in a few days. After they left, an idea began to form in Dr. Conwell's mind. He asked himself, why couldn't there be a fine college for poor but deserving young people? And before very long, the idea consumed him. Why not indeed? It was a project worthy of 100% dedication, complete commitment, and almost single-handedly Dr. Conwell raised several $1 million with which he founded Temple University, today one of the country's leading schools. He raised the money by giving more than 6,000 lectures all over the country, and in each one of them he told a story called Acres of Diamonds. It was a true story, which had affected him very deeply, and it had the same effect on his audiences. The money he needed to build the college came pouring in. The story was the account of an African farmer who heard tales about other farmers who had made millions by discovering diamond mines. These tales so excited the farmer that he could hardly wait to sell his farm and go prospecting for diamonds himself. So he sold the farm and spent the rest of his life wandering the African continent, searching unsuccessfully for the gleaming gems which brought such high prices on the markets of the world. Finally, the story goes, worn out and in a fit of despondency, he threw himself into a river and drowned. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, or farm in this case, the man who had bought his farm happened to be crossing the small stream on the property when suddenly there was a bright flash of blue and red light from the stream bottom. He bent down, picked up the stone. It was a good-sized stone, and admiring it, later put it on his fireplace mantel as an interesting curiosity. Several weeks later, a visitor picked up the stone, looked closely at it, hefted it in his hand, and nearly fainted. He asked the farmer if he knew what he'd found. When the farmer said no, that he thought it was a piece of crystal, the visitor told him he had found one of the largest diamonds ever discovered. While the farmer had trouble believing that, he told the man that his creek was full of such stones, not as large perhaps as the one on the mantel, but, well, they were sprinkled generously throughout the creek bottom. Needless to say, the farm the first farmer had sold so that he might find a diamond mine turned out to be the most productive diamond mine on the entire African continent. The first farmer had owned, free and clear, acres of diamonds, but had sold them for practically nothing in order to look for them elsewhere. Well, the moral is clear. If the first farmer had only taken the time to study and prepare himself, to learn what diamonds looked like in their rough state, and since he had already owned a piece of the African continent, to thoroughly explore the property he had before looking elsewhere, all of his wildest dreams would have come true. Now, the thing about this story that so profoundly affected Dr. Conwell and subsequently millions of others was the idea that each of us is at this moment standing in the middle of his or her own acres of diamonds. If we'll only have the wisdom and patience to intelligently and effectively explore the work in which we're now engaged, to explore ourselves, we'll usually find the riches we seek, whether they be financial or intangible or both. Before we go running off to what we think are greener pastures, let's make sure that our own is not just as green or perhaps even greener. It's been said that if the other guy's pasture appears to be greener than ours, it's quite possible that it's getting better care. Besides, while we're looking at other pastures, other people are looking at ours. There are few things more pitiful to my mind than the person who wastes his life running from one thing to another, forever looking for the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, and never staying with one thing long enough to find it. No matter what your goal may be, perhaps the road to it can be found in the very thing you're now doing. It wasn't until he was completely paralyzed by polio and forced to reach into the rich resources of his mind that a courageous farmer got the idea of producing exceptionally good meat products on his farm. From that idea, one of the country's most successful meat-packing companies was born. His farm contained acres of diamonds, too. He just never had to dig for them before. Your mind is your richest resource. Let it thoroughly explore the possibilities lurking in what you're presently doing before turning to something new. I say that because there were probably good reasons for your having chosen your present work in the beginning. If there weren't, and if you're unhappy in the field you're in, well, then perhaps it's time for some serious exploration. Dr. Russell Conwell's life is a living example of the importance of a willingness to change once one's own pasture has been thoroughly explored. I said that Dr. Conwell began as a lawyer, then later changed to become a newspaper editor, before he finally found his true calling as a clergyman and the founder of a great university. One of the best examples of a person finding acres of diamonds hiding in his work is Stu Leonard of Connecticut. He began as a dairy route delivery man. As he worked his rounds, he began to think of all the products connected to the dairy business that his customers really needed. He bought a working dairy with very little down and a lot of hard work and began building his business around it. Keeping the working dairy intact in the center of his operations and surrounding it with windows through which his customers could watch the process, he began adding other products. Today, his dairy store is the largest in the world, and it sells everything in the food line. People come from all over the entire area to shop at Stu Leonard's dairy store, and they love it, and he loves them. People who are too old or infirm to come to his store on their own are picked up in Stu Leonard's buses and brought to the store. He has a multi-million-dollar business that grew out of a delivery route. The diamonds were there, and Stu Leonard made the most of them. Every kind of work has such opportunity lurking within it. The opportunities are there now, clamoring to be noticed, but they cannot speak or print signs for us to read. Our part of the bargain is to look at our work with new eyes, with the eyes of creation. Teilhard de Chardin said, "It is our duty as men and women to proceed as though limits to our abilities do not exist. We are collaborators in creation." A man I knew in Arizona began with a small gas station. One day, sitting at his desk and watching through the window while one of his young attendants filled a man's gas tank, he watched the customer while he stood about waiting for the job to be finished. It dawned upon him that that man had money in his pockets, and there were things he needed or wanted that he'd pay for if they were conveniently displayed where he could see them. So he began adding things: fishing tackle, then fishing licenses, hunting and camping equipment, rifles, shotguns, ammunition, hunting licenses. He found an excellent line of aluminum fishing boats and trailers. He began buying up the contiguous property around him. Then he added an auto parts department. He'd always carried cold soft drinks and candy, but now he added an excellent line of chocolates in a refrigerated case. Before long, he sold more chocolates than anyone else in the state. He carried thousands of things his customers could buy while waiting for their cars to be serviced. All the products he sold also guaranteed that most of the gas customers in town would come to his station. He sold more gas. He began cashing checks on Friday, and the bonanza grew and grew. It all started with a man with a human brain watching a customer standing around with money in his pockets and nothing to spend it on. Others would have lived and died with the small service station, and they do. My friend saw the diamonds. Both my friend in Arizona and Stu Leonard in Connecticut are customer-oriented. Serve the customer. Serve the customer better than anyone else is serving the customer. Stu Leonard has his company policy conspicuously displayed in his store for all to read, and it goes like this. Rule number 1, the customer is always right. Rule number 2, if you think the customer is wrong, read rule number 1 again. Many service station operators, upon seeing a wealthy customer drive in, might say to themselves, I ought to be in his business. Not so. There's just as much opportunity in one business as another, if we'll only stop playing copycat with each other and begin to think creatively, begin to think in new directions. It's there, believe me, and it's our job to find it. Take the time to stand off and look at your work as a stranger might, and ask, why does he do it that way? Has he noticed how what he's doing might be capitalized upon or multiplied? If you're happy with things as they are, then by all means keep them that way. But there's great fun in finding diamonds hiding in ourselves and in our work. We never get bored or blasé or find ourselves in a rut. A rut, we're reminded, is really nothing more than a grave with the ends kicked out. Some of the most interesting businesses in the world grew out of what was originally a very small idea in a very small area. If something is needed in one town, then the chances are it's also needed in all towns and cities all over the country. You might also ask yourself, how good am I at what I'm presently doing? Do you know all there is to know about your work? Would you call yourself a first-class professional at your work? How would your work stand up against the work of others in your line? The educator and author J.B. Matthews wrote, unless a person has trained himself for his chance, the chance will only make him ridiculous. A great occasion is worth to a man exactly what his preparation enables him to make of it. I'm sure Dr. Matthews intended to include the female half of the world in that statement. I'm often appalled by how little people know about the business they're in. That's not my department, they'll say. I suppose if they see a fire starting in someone else's department, they wouldn't report it. Most real estate people don't sell homes and property. They show homes and property, something a 6-year-old child could do. They often know nothing at all about selling or marketing, yet they call themselves real estate professionals. They're actually tour guides. This is the living room, they say to intelligent men and women who already know what a living room looks like. Someone, come to think of it, I think it was me, once wrote that the human race is much like a convoy in time of war. The whole menagerie is slowed down to protect the slowest ships, and they march on in that dusty valley, unmindful of the diamonds beneath their feet. The first thing we need to do to become a diamond miner is to break away from the crowd and quit assuming that because people in the millions are living that way, it must be the best way. It is not the best way. It's the average way. The people going the best way are way out in front. They're so far ahead of the crowd you can't even see their dust anymore. They're the people who live and work on the leading edge, the cutting edge, and they mark the way for all the rest. We have a choice to make, really, you and I. It takes imagination, curious imagination, to know that diamonds don't look like cut and polished gemstones in their rough state, nor does a pile of iron ore look like stainless steel. To prospect your own acres of diamonds, develop a faculty we might call intelligent objectivity. The faculty to stand off and look at your work as a person from Mars might look at it. Within the framework of what industry or profession does your job fall? Do you know all you can about your industry or profession? Isn't it time for a refreshing change of some kind? How can the customer be given a better break? Each morning ask yourself, how can I increase my service today? There are rare and very marketable diamonds lurking all around me. Have I been looking for them, examining every facet of my work and of the industry or profession in which it has its life? There are better ways to do what I'm presently doing. What are they? How will my work be performed 20 years from now? Everything in the world is in a state of evolution and improvement. How can I do what will eventually be done anyway now? Think of what Stu Leonard did with his dairy route, and my Arizona friend with his small service station, what Famous Amos did with his chocolate chip cookies, what Procter & Gamble did with soap. Sure, there's risk involved. There's no growth of any kind without risk. We start running risks when we get out of bed in the morning. Risks are good for us. They bring out the best that's in us. They brighten the eye and get the mind cooking. They quicken the step and put a new shining look on our days. Human beings should never be settled. It's okay for chickens and cows and cats, but it's wrong for human beings. People start to die when they become settled. We need to keep things stirred up. Back in 1931, Lloyd C. Douglas, the world-famous novelist who wrote The Robe, Magnificent Obsession, and other best-selling books, wrote a magazine article titled Escape. Now, in that article, Douglas asked, who of us has not at some time toyed briefly with the temptation to run away? If all the people who have given that idea the temporary hospitality of their imagination were to have acted upon it, few would be living at their present addresses. And of the small minority who did carry the impulse into effect, it's doubtful if many ever disengaged themselves as completely as they had hoped from the problems that hurled them forth. More often than otherwise, it may be surmised, they packed up their troubles in their old kit bags and took them along. The point of the article was simply, don't try to run away from your troubles. Overcome them. Prevail right where you are. What we're really after is not escape from our perplexities and frustrations, but a triumph over them. And one of the best ways to accomplish that is to get on course and stay there. Restate and reaffirm your goal, the thing you want most to do, the place in life you want most to reach. See it clearly in your mind's eye, just as you can envision the airport in Los Angeles when you board your plane in New York. Or like a great ship in a storm, just keep your heading and your engines running. The storm will pass, although sometimes it seems that it never will. And one bright morning you'll find yourself passing the harbor light. Then you can give a big sigh of relief, rest a while, and almost before you know it, you'll find your eyes turning seaward again. You'll think of a new harbor you'd like to visit, a new voyage upon which to embark. And once again you'll set out. And that's just the way this funny-looking, two-legged, curious, imaginative, tinkering, fiddling dreamer called a human being operates. He escapes from problems not by running away from them, but by overcoming them. And no sooner does he overcome one set of problems, but he starts looking around for new and more difficult pickles to get himself into and out of. So if you find yourself looking at travel folders and thinking of running away, go ahead. Think about it. It'll get your mind off things for a while. Then zero in on your goal, more about that later, and get busy. Take one thing at a time, and before you know it, you'll start seeing those diamonds scattered all over your world, and you'll be out in the clear again. If you feel like running away from it all once in a while, you're perfectly normal. If you stay and get rid of your problems by working your way through them, you're a successful citizen. Start taking an hour a day with a legal pad and dissect your work. Take it apart and look at its constituent parts. There's opportunity there. That's your acre of diamonds. The stories of people achieving unusual success despite all manner of handicaps never fail to capture our attention. They're inspirational, to be sure, but they're much more than that if we study them closely. The boy whose legs were terribly burned and who was told he'd be lucky to ever walk again becomes a champion track star. The woman, blind and deaf from birth, becomes one of the most inspirational figures of the century. And the poor children, who rise to fame and fortune, have nearly become commonplace. In this age of unprecedented immigration, we read and see on television examples of people who arrived in this country without any money and without knowing a word of English, and who, within a surprisingly short time, have become wonderfully successful. In fact, the typical Korean family that has emigrated to the United States during the past 20 years has a higher average income than the average American family that was born and went to school here. Now, how does that happen? Freedom, personal liberty, is the most precious thing on earth. It is also one of the rarest, hence its great value. People who manage to get to America despite mountainous problems and miles of red tape often find themselves free for the first time in their lives. It's a joyous, wonderful experience for them, and in this newfound freedom they set to work to find a place for themselves. They go to work serving their new country and its people. Time means nothing to them, but being free to pursue their own ends in the richest, freest country on the planet is everything. They all go to work, and they work hard, and their work is excellent, first class, as good as they can do it, and it's priced fairly. You don't see them marching, demanding higher pay or shorter hours. All they want is the opportunity, and once that's theirs, they make the most of it. In New York City, a Korean family managed to buy a small convenience grocery store in Midtown Manhattan. The first thing they did was clean it. It sparkled with cleanliness. Then they stocked it with everything they felt the people in their area wanted in the way of things you find in a grocery store. They were open early in the morning. They stayed open late at night. They never failed to smile and give a friendly greeting to their customers. Naturally, they became wonderfully successful. They were open 7 days a week. One day, customers coming to the store found it closed, and on the door was a sign giving the reason why. It read, "We've gone to Yale University to watch our son graduate." That's an American story. The true story of people who found joy in freedom and in the opportunity to serve their fellow man and make the most of it. What sets these people with such vast handicaps, such as not knowing the language, not knowing the right people, not having any money? Or the boy with the burned legs who becomes the champion runner, or a Helen Keller, blind and deaf at birth? What in the world is the answer? The answer, if fully understood, will bring you and me anything and everything we truly want, and it's deceptively simple. We touched on it in our last message. Perhaps it's too simple. The people we've talked about here, and the thousands currently doing the same thing all over the country, are in possession of something the average American doesn't have. They have goals. They have a burning desire to succeed despite all handicaps. They know exactly what they want. They think about it every day of their lives. It gets them up in the morning, and it keeps them giving their very best all day long. It's the last thing they think about before dropping off to sleep at night. They have a vision of exactly what they want to do, and that vision carries them over every obstacle. This vision, this dream, this goal, invisible to all the world except the person holding it, is responsible for perhaps every great advance and achievement of humankind. It's the underlying motive for just about everything we see about us. Everything worthwhile achieved by men and women is a dream come true, a goal reached. It's been said that what the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. It's the fine building where before there was an empty lot or an ancient eyesore. It's the bridge spanning the bay. It's landing on the moon. And it's that little convenience store in Midtown Manhattan. It's the lovely home on a tree-shaded street and the young person accepting the diploma. It's the new baby in its mother's arms. It's a low golf handicap and a position reached in the world of business. It's a certain income attained or amount of money invested. What the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. We become what we think about. And when we're possessed by an exciting goal, we reach it. That's why it's been said, be choosy, therefore, what you set your heart upon, for if you want it strongly enough, you'll get it. Amen to that. It's been said that Americans can have anything they want. The trouble is they don't know what they want. Oh, they want little things. They want a new car. They get it. They want a new refrigerator. They get it. They want a new home, and they get it. The system never fails for them, but they don't seem to understand that it is a system, nor that if it'll work for a refrigerator or a new car, it will work for anything else they want very much, just as well. Perhaps that's best. People come in all shapes and sizes and with goals of infinitely varying specifications, if they have goals at all. Once a person fully and emotionally understands that the goals that are important to him or her can become real in his or her life, well, it's like opening a jack-in-the-box. All sorts of interesting and exciting things begin to happen. Quite often we become truly alive for the first time in our lives. We look back at our former lives and realize we were shuffling along in a kind of lockstep, that we were actually taking our cues from those about us in the unspoken assumption that we're all alike, when nothing could be farther from the truth. We are not all alike. Each of us is quite different, with different abilities, different genetic profiles, different wants in life. What will wonderfully satisfy one particular family and represent complete success for them would be considered failure for another family. All because of their different aspirations, their different plateaus in life, the difference in their lifestyles, upbringings, education. Every facet of our environment as youngsters has an effect upon us and helps to set our course in life. The youngster who knew poverty as a child might aspire to be rich. He might overcompensate because of the desolation of his youth, while another young man raised in an upper-middle-class family who always had just about everything he wanted might settle for a very middle-class adulthood. Things we've always had aren't as important to us as they are to those who've been without them. We talked about freedom on the preceding message and how dear it is to those who never had it, while most Americans take it for granted and never even think about it. If you ask most Americans what the most important thing in the world is for a human being, chances are they'd seldom come up with freedom. Yet as Archibald MacLeish wrote in his fine play, The Secret of Freedom, the secret of happiness is freedom, and the secret of freedom, courage. To understand the subject and the importance of goal setting, we have to realize that it's the very basis of any success. It is, in fact, the very definition of success. The best definition of success I've ever found goes like this. Success is the progressive realization of a worthy goal, or in some cases, the pursuit of a worthy ideal. If you'll give these definitions some thought, I think you'll agree with me. Success is the progressive realization of a worthy goal. That's a beautiful definition of success. It means that anyone who's on course toward the fulfillment of a goal is successful. now. Success doesn't lie in the achievement of a goal, although that's what the world considers success. It lies in the journey toward the goal. We're successful as long as we're working towards something we want to bring about in our lives. That's when the human being is at his or her best. That's what Cervantes meant when he wrote, "The road is better than the inn." Quite often romantic stories end with the loving couple getting married. That's just the beginning of the real story. When the young person stands before his school's president or principal and receives the diploma, that's called commencement. That's the beginning. It's an important milestone, to be sure, and congratulations are certainly in order. But where are you going from there? Once a person has realized the goal for which he or she has so assiduously toiled, that's wonderful. It's time for a rest and some self-congratulations, time to savor the achievement. But we're no longer successful, by my definition, until we set a new higher goal toward which to work. We're at our best when we're climbing, thinking, planning, working, when we're on the road towards something we want to bring about. I don't mean by this that we should become workaholics. Far from it. In fact, it's been well established that the most successful men and women manage to live in a wonderful state of balance, with lots of recreation. Take that word recreate apart when you've got some time, and you'll find it interesting. And they get lots of rest. The mind works best when we're properly rested, and our minds are the best and most important parts of us, regardless of what we choose to do. Did you ever hear an athlete say, it's about 90% mental? Whatever the percentage really is in a good game of golf or tennis, it's very large. As we pointed out in the magic word, our mental attitude can make all the difference between winning and losing. With our definition, success being the progressive realization of a worthy goal, we cover all the bases. The young person working to finish school is as successful as any person on earth. The person working toward a particular position with his or her company is just as successful. If you have a goal that you find worthy of you as a person, a goal that fills you with joy at the thought of it, believe me, you'll reach it. But as you draw near and see that the goal will soon be achieved, begin to think ahead to the next goal you're going to set. It often happens that a writer, halfway through a book, will hit upon the idea for his next one and begin making notes or ideas for a title, even while he's finishing work on the one in progress. That's the way it should be. One of my favorite poems is by Rabindranath Tagore, the distinguished Calcutta poet, and it goes like this. I slept and dreamt that life was joy. I woke and saw that life was duty. I acted, and behold, duty was joy. We are at our very best, and we are happiest when we are fully engaged in work we enjoy on the journey toward the goal we've established for ourselves. It gives meaning to our time off and comfort to our sleep. It makes everything else in life so wonderful, so worthwhile. Most people, when they think of the word success, tend to equate it with lots of money. Sometimes that's a natural part of the goal and tells us how well we're doing, but not always by any means. Success is whatever we want it to be, that is worthy of us. That's why I commented earlier that success may also be defined as the pursuit of a worthy ideal. For example, I can't imagine anyone being more successful than an outstanding teacher who's striving to know more about the art of teaching and the subject matter that will catch the interest of his or her pupils, who understands that every student is different and learns at a different rate of speed. Joy and satisfaction come to us from serving others, and there are literally millions of ways of doing that. For those whose goals involve the serving of great numbers of people, chances are they'll be richly rewarded indeed. In fact, for many, a goal is a certain level of income or a certain amount of money in an investment account. A goal is an individual thing, as individual as the person, him or herself. Since no two people are exactly alike, it stands to reason that no two of us will have exactly the same goals. One thing a goal must do, however, is fill us with positive emotion when we think about it. It must be something we want very much to bring about. The more intensely we feel about a goal, the more assuredly the idea buried deep in our subconscious will direct us along the path to its fulfillment. I once used the quotation, "No one gets rich without enriching others." I received a letter from a man in Utah who wrote, "How about those who get rich in the drug trade, or those who produce and sell pornography? How do they enrich others?" It was a good question, especially in these times. I wrote back to him and told him that my definition of success is the progressive realization of a worthy goal. Certainly people in the drug and pornography business would not qualify as successful. What they're doing is counterproductive, destructive, and involves, in the case of drugs, the enslavement and death of thousands. And I went on to say that while our needs are few and relatively simple, our wants in this incredibly affluent society are virtually endless. By meeting those wants, whatever they may be, we serve others, not always to their benefit, nor to our own, nor would I call those in drugs and pornography successful, nor do their riches amount to much if they're apprehended and sent to prison. But I did stop using that quotation. It is possible to get rich without enriching others, but for most of us, it's not the way we want to go. It's nothing to take pride in. Why bother when there are so many positive, excellent, and productive ways to serve others? But whatever our goal happens to be, if we stay with it, if we're fully committed to it, we'll reach it. That's the way it works. It's estimated that about 5% of the population achieves unusual success. For the rest, averages seem to be good enough. Most seem to just drift along, taking circumstances as they come, and perhaps hoping from time to time that things will get better. I like to compare human beings with ships, as Carlyle used to do. It's estimated that about 95% can be compared to ships without rudders. Subject to every shift of wind and tide, they're helplessly adrift, and while they fondly hope that they will one day drift into some rich and bustling port, you and I know that for every narrow harbor entrance, there are 1,000 miles of rocky coastline. The chances of their drifting into port are 1,000 to 1 against them. Our state lotteries wax rich on such people. So do the slot machines at Las Vegas and Atlantic City. They look to luck, but don't seem to realize how steeply the odds are stacked against them. Someone wins from time to time, to be sure, but the odds are still there. But the 5% who have taken the time and exercised the discipline to climb into the driver's seat of their lives, who've decided upon a challenging goal to reach and fully committed themselves to reaching it, sail straight and far across the deep oceans of life, reaching one port after another, and accomplishing more in just a few years than the rest accomplish in a lifetime. If you should visit a ship in port and ask the captain for his next port of call, he'll tell you in a single sentence. Even though the captain cannot see his port, his destination, for fully 99% of the voyage, he knows it's there, and that barring an unforeseen and highly unlikely catastrophe, he'll reach it. All he has to do is keep doing certain things every day. If someone asks you for your next port of call, your goal, could you tell him? Is your goal clean and concise in your mind? Do you have it written down? It's a good idea. We need reminding, reinforcement. If you can get a picture of your goal and stick it to your bathroom mirror, it's an excellent idea to do so. Thousands of successful people carry their goals written on a card in their wallets or purses. When we ask people what they're working for, chances are they'll answer in vague generalities. They might say, "Oh, good health or happiness or lots of money." That's not good. Good health should be a universal goal. We all want that and do our best to achieve and maintain it. But happiness is a byproduct of something else, and lots of money is much too vague. It might work, but I think it's better to choose a particular sum of money. The better, the clearer our goal is defined, the more real it becomes to us, and before long, the more attainable. Happiness comes from the direction in which we're moving. For example, children are happier on Christmas morning, before opening their presents, than they are Christmas afternoon. No matter how wonderful their presents may be, it's after Christmas. They'll enjoy their gifts, to be sure, but we often find them querulous and irritable Christmas afternoon. We're happier on our way out to dinner than we are on the way home. We're happier going on vacation than we are coming home from it. And we're happier moving toward our goals than even after they've been accomplished, believe it or not. That's why it's so important to set new goals as soon as the current one is realized. And we should never stop this process. All the days of our lives we should be engaged in moving toward, earning, and looking forward to a new plateau on which to stand, a new goal to accomplish. If you, like so many millions of Americans, don't know what it is you want sufficiently to name as your primary goal, I recommend you make out a want list. Take a notepad, go off by yourself and write down the things you'd really like to have very much, or do. One might be a beautiful new home, or a trip around the world, a visit to some special country or place. You might be yearning for a sailboat or a motor yacht, or if you're an avid fisherman, you might want to go salmon fishing in Alaska or trout fishing in New Zealand. It might be a business of your own or a particular position with your company. It might be a certain income that will permit you to live the way you'd like to live, or, as I said earlier, a certain amount of money in good investments or in a savings account. How about a special make of car or an addition to your present home? Just write down everything you can think of that you would really like to see come about in your life. Then, when you've exhausted your wants, go over the list again and number the items in the order of their importance. Then make number 1 your present goal. Listen to this message often, as I hope you'll listen to all the messages until they become a habit-knit way of thinking and doing things. Believe me, the system works. It works every time. Life plays no favorites. If anyone can succeed, and millions do, so can you. Of one thing you may be sure, you will become what you think about. If your thinking is circular and chaotic, your life will reflect that chaos. But if your thinking is orderly and clear, if you have a goal that's important for you to reach, then reach it. You will. One goal at a time. That's important. That's where most people unwittingly make their mistake. They don't concentrate on a single goal long enough to reach it before they're off on another track, then another, with the result that they achieve nothing but confusion and excuses. I started looking for the so-called secret of success when I was 12 years old. I read every book I could find on the subject. I studied psychology and sociology. I studied the great religions of the world, and I read the world's greatest philosophers. And all of a sudden, many years later, I realized that in the hundreds of lives I'd studied, in the countless books I'd read, a plain and simple truth had kept appearing. It's believed that no one can learn anything until he or she is ready for it, and apparently I was finally ready, in my late 20s, to finally see for the first time the secret I had searched for so long. It was simply this: we become what we think about. You see, you are at this moment the living embodiment of the sum total of your thoughts to this point in your life. You can be nothing else. Similarly, 5 years from now, you'll be the sum total of your thoughts to that point in time. But you can control your thoughts. You can decide upon that on which you wish to concentrate, about what you think about from this point forward, and you will become that. You will realize that goal as sure as anything on earth can be sure. That's why having a goal toward which to work is so very important. It gives our minds a focus and our lives direction. By thinking every morning, every night, and as many times during the day as you can about this exciting single goal we've established for ourselves, we actually begin moving toward it and bringing it toward us. When we concentrate our thinking, it's like taking a river that's twisting and turning and meandering all over the countryside and putting it into a straight, smooth channel. Now it has power, direction, economy, speed. Several billions of human beings would give anything they have to enjoy the freedom and personal liberty you and I take for granted, to have the right to choose their work and their goals, to enjoy our bountiful standard of living, our educational system, to know the peace and privacy of our homes, and to have laws which protect the citizen rather than persecute him. We have it all, yet in the midst of our plenty, millions lead unhappy, aimless lives. They live in tiny prisons of their own fashioning. These are the people who don't know that each of us, each one of us, not the economy, or fate, or luck, or the breaks, each one of us is in charge of his or her own life. Each one of us is completely responsible. As Carlyle put it, the person without a purpose is like a ship without a rudder. Have a purpose in life, and having it, throw such strength of mind and muscle into your work as God has given you. He also said, a person with a half volition goes backward and forward and makes no way on the smoothest road. But the person with a whole volition advances on the roughest and will reach his or her purpose if there be even a little wisdom in it. And Munger said, there is no road to success but through a clear, strong purpose. Nothing can take its place. A purpose underlies character, culture, position, attainment of every sort. So decide upon your goal. Insist upon it. Look at your goal card every morning and night, and as many times during the day as you conveniently can. By so doing, you'll insinuate your goal into your subconscious mind. You'll see yourself as having already attained your goal, and do that every day without fail, and it will become a habit before you realize it. A habit that will take you from one success to another all the years of your life. For that is the secret of success, the door to everything you will ever have or be. You are now, and you most certainly will become, what you think about. All creatures at birth are supplied with everything they need for successful survival. All creatures except one are supplied with a set of instincts that will do the job for them, and because of that, they don't need much of a brain. Take the magnificent bald eagle, for example. My wife and I saw dozens of them on a recent fishing trip in Alaska. To see one of them come swooping down and pluck a live and sizable fish from the water on a single pass is astonishing. More astonishing still is the eagle's eyesight, and because of its need to see small rodents moving in the grass from high altitudes or a fish just inches under the surface of the water, its incredible eyes take up just about all of the space in its head. For the eagle, its eyes are the most important thing, and everything else works in unison with them. Its brain is tiny and rudimentary. It doesn't think or plan or remember. It simply acts in accordance with stimuli. And it's the same with most other living creatures. Even the beautiful porpoise with a much larger brain and the chimpanzee are easily tamed and taught. Only one takes 20 years to mature and has dominion over all the rest and the earth itself, and has today the power to destroy all life on earth in a couple of hours. Only one is given the godlike power to fashion its own life according to the images it holds in its remarkable mind. Everything fashioned by human beings is a result of goal setting. We reach our goals. That's how we know that the diseases that plague us will be conquered. We've set goals to eradicate every disease that plagues us, and eradicate them we will, one by one. We have never set a goal that we have not reached, even landing on the moon, or are now in the process of reaching. No one ever made a purposeful accomplishment without a clear goal toward which to work. I hope you've established yours and that you've begun to think about it frequently every day, to impress it into your mind, particularly your remarkable subconscious, where forces greater than we can imagine can come to your aid. For a moment, consider the things your mind has brought you. Everything you have, your work, your relationship with your family and others, your philosophy of life, all come to you as a result of using your mind. Your religion. Now consider the estimate made by experts. You have probably been operating on less than 10% of your mental capacity, and probably much less than that. In an article for the Saturday Review, our old friend Herbert Otto, psychologist, educator, and chairman of the National Center for the Exploration of Human Potential, reminded us that many well-known scientists, such as the late Abraham Maslow, Margaret Mead, Gardner Murphy, O. Spurgeon English, and Carl Rogers, subscribe to the hypothesis that man is using a very small fraction of his capacities. Margaret Mead quotes a 6% figure. Herbert Otto writes, "My own estimate is 5% or less." Neurological research has shed new light on man's potential. Work at the UCLA Brain Research Institute points to enormous abilities latent in everyone by suggesting an incredible hypothesis. They said the ultimate creative capacity of the human brain may be, for all practical purposes, infinite. To use the computer analogy, man is a vast storehouse of data, but we have not learned how to program ourselves to utilize these data for problem-solving purposes. The following appeared in Soviet Life Today, a USSR English-language magazine. It said the latest findings in anthropology, psychology, logic, and physiology show that the potential of the human mind is very great indeed. As soon as modern science gave us some understanding of the structure and work of the human brain, we were struck with its enormous reserve capacity, writes Yefremov, eminent Soviet scholar and writer. He continues, man, under average conditions of work and life, uses only a small part of his thinking equipment. If we were able to force our brain to work at only half its capacity, we could, without any difficulty whatever, learn 40 languages, memorize the large Soviet encyclopedia from cover to cover, and complete the required courses of dozens of colleges. End of quote. That statement is hardly an exaggeration. It's the generally accepted theoretical view of man's mental potentials. Now, how can we tap this gigantic potential? It's a big and very complex problem with many ramifications. But as Herbert Otto points out, it's clear that persons who live close to their capacity, who continue to activate their potential, have a pronounced sense of well-being and considerable energy. They see themselves as leading purposeful and creative lives. The way most people use their minds can be compared to the time back in the early 19th century when just the eastern coast of the North American continent was settled, just a strip along the east coast. To the west stretched the raw, undeveloped great bulk of what was later to become the incredibly rich 90% of the economy, 90% which resulted in the standard of living enjoyed today by Americans. If everything you have is the result of using just 5% of your mind, consider for a moment what it will mean to you and your family if you can increase this percentage. This cassette will show you how to use infinitely more of your mental powers, how to develop some of that more than 90% virgin territory. None of us, as a rule, has the slightest notion of the real capabilities of his or her mind, but believe me when I say that your mind can be compared to an undiscovered gold mine, and it makes no difference whether you're 17 or 70. Look at it this way. Your goal is in the future. Your problem is to bridge the gap which exists between where you now are and the goal you intend to reach. This is the problem to solve. Robert Seashore, then chairman of the Department of Psychology at Northwestern University, pointed out that successful people are not people without problems. They're simply people who've learned to solve their problems. And there you have it. Living successfully, getting the things we want from life, is a matter of solving the problems which stand between where we now are and the point we wish to reach. No one is without problems. They're part of living. But let me show you how much time we waste in worrying about the wrong problems. Here's a reliable estimate of the things people worry about. Things that never happen, 40%. Things over and past that can never be changed by all the worry in the world, 30%. Needless worries about our health, 12%. Petty miscellaneous worries, 10%. Real, legitimate worries, 8%. In short, 92% of the average person's worries take up valuable time, cause painful stress, even mental anguish, and are absolutely unnecessary. And of the real, legitimate worries, there are two kinds. There are the problems we can solve, and there are the problems beyond our ability to personally solve. But most of our real problems usually fall into the first group, the ones we can solve if we learn how. There must be millions of people today who feel they're being barred from the life they want because they look upon problems not as challenges to be met, but as wide chasms beyond their ability to bridge. A little research proves that successful people have the same kinds of problems. One of the very real benefits of working with a psychologist or psychiatrist comes from learning that there are hundreds of thousands, even millions of other people with problems identical to our own. So the whole thing boils down to a matter not of problems which are common to us all, but to our ability to solve them. Now, I'm going to assume you've decided on a goal. Remember, you will become and you will achieve what you think about. That is, if you stay with it, you'll reach your goal. But how? It's right here that your mind comes into play. What is your mind, really? Nobody knows for sure. Perhaps the best way to describe it is to quote Pulitzer Prize-winning playwright Archibald MacLeish. In his play, The Secret of Freedom, a character says, "The only thing about a man that is a man is his mind. Everything else you can find in a pig or a horse." That's uncomfortably true. The human mind is the one thing that separates us from the rest of the creatures on Earth. Everything that means anything to us comes to us through our minds, our love of our families, our beliefs, all of our talents, knowledge, abilities. Everything is reflected through our minds. Anything that comes to us in the future will almost certainly come to us as a result of the extent to which we use our minds. And yet it's the last place on Earth the average person will turn to for help. Do you know why? You know why people don't automatically turn their own vast mental resources on when faced with a problem? It's because they never learned to think. Now that is a fact, believe it or not. Most people never think at all during the entire course of their lives. They remember, but that's not thinking creatively or in new directions. They react to stimuli, but again, that's not thinking. Remembering to set the alarm at night and getting up when it rings in the morning does not take thought. Nor does showering, shaving, getting dressed, eating breakfast, going to work. At work, we once again fall into comfortable routines. At quitting time, we go home and start repeating the process. Most people, let me say it again, do not know how to think. When they're faced with a problem, they will go to any length to avoid thinking. They will ask advice from the most illogical people, usually people who don't know any more than they do, next-door neighbors, members of their families. Very few of them have reference books, but much more important than that, only one in I don't know how many thousands will take a large notepad, write the problem at the top of the page, and then deliberately turn on his or her thinking apparatus. But some people do think. They do indeed. In order to reflect a moment on the human mind, consider what it's accomplished. As you do, realize that we are developing so rapidly that we've come further in the realm of progress in the past 50 years than in all the preceding 10,000 years of human civilization. Of all the scientists who ever lived, it's estimated that 90% of them are alive today. We've reached in the area of ideas and human advancement a plateau so high it was undreamed of by even the most optimistic forecasters as recently as 30 years ago. But every new idea triggers additional ideas, so that now we're in an era of compounding advancement on every front and in every area that stagger the imagination. The harnessing of the power of the sun in our atomic plants and ships, the speed of light computers which in minutes save months and years of calculating drudgery. Every man-made thing you see and touch spawned from the most powerful agency in the world, the human mind. Dr. Harlow Shapley of Harvard has said that we're now entering an entirely new age of man. He calls it the Psychozoic age, the age of the mind. And you, my friend, own one, free and clear. Now let's look at a few facts. The 40-hour week, long standard, is in imminent likelihood of being even further shortened. This means that the average working person has, at his disposal, an enormous amount of free time. In fact, if you'll total the hours in a year and subtract the sleeping hours, if he or she sleeps 8 hours every night, you'll find that this person has about 6,000 waking hours, of which less than 2,000 are spent on the job. Now, this leaves 4,000 hours a year when a person is either working or sleeping. These can be called discretionary hours with which that person can do pretty much as he or she pleases. So that you can see the amazing results in your own life, I want to recommend that you take just 1 hour a day, 5 days a week, and devote this hour to exercising your mind. You don't even have to do it on weekends. Pick 1 hour a day on which you can fairly regularly count. The best time for me is an hour before the others are up in the morning. The mind's clear, the house is quiet, and if you like, with a fresh cup of coffee, this is the time to start the mind going. And here's one good way to do it. During this hour every day, take a completely blank sheet of paper At the top of the page, write your present primary goal, clearly, simply. Then, since our future depends upon the way in which we handle our work, write down as many ideas as you can for improving that which you now do. Try to think of 20 possible ways in which the activity that fills your day can be improved. You won't always get 20, but even one idea is good. Now remember 2 important points with regard to this. 1, this is not particularly easy. And 2, most of your ideas won't be any good. When I say it's not easy, I mean it's like starting any other habit. At first, you'll find your mind a little reluctant to be hauled up out of that old familiar bed. But as you think about your work and ways in which it might be improved, write down every idea that pops into your head, no matter how absurd it might seem. Let me tell you what'll happen. Some of your ideas will be good and worth testing. The most important thing, however, that this extra hour accomplishes is that it deeply embeds your goal into your subconscious mind, starts the whole vital machinery working the first thing every morning, and 20 ideas a day, if you can come up with that many, total 100 a week, even skipping weekends. An hour a day, 5 days a week, totals 260 hours a year and still leaves you 3,740 hours of free leisure time. Now, this means you'll be thinking about your goal and ways of improving your performance, increasing your service. 6.5 full extra working weeks a year, 6.5 40-hour weeks devoted to thinking and planning. Can you see how easy it is to rise above that so-called competition? And it'll still leave you with 7 hours a day to spend as you please. Starting each day thinking, you'll find that your mind will continue to work all day long, and you'll find that at odd moments when you least expect it, really great ideas will begin to bubble up from your subconscious. When they do, write them down as soon as you can. Just one great idea can completely revolutionize your work and, as a result, your life. If you want to develop the muscles of your body, you take daily exercise of some sort. The mind is developed in the same way, except that the returns are out of all conceivable proportion to the time and energy spent. The mind of man can lift anything. His muscles, even the best developed, are puny alongside those of some of the dumbest animals on earth. If man had depended on his muscles for survival, he probably would have disappeared, as did the dinosaurs, which were, incidentally, the most physically powerful and most successful creatures that ever lived. Let me give you just some of the results people have reported to me as a consequence of following this 1 hour a day routine. An office equipment salesman sold more of his company's product in 1 month than he had formerly sold in an entire year during the 4 years he'd been with his company. A Sunday school teacher with 5 pupils set a goal of 30 pupils. Her last letter told me she now has a class of 25. She's almost reached her goal. I've used this system for years, and it's given me some of the most gratifying and rewarding experiences of my life. And it costs only 5 hours a week. 5 hours out of 168. Is it worth it? It's like spending 5 hours a week digging in a solid vein of pure gold, because your mind is all of that and much more. Each time you write your goal at the top of the sheet of paper, don't worry or become concerned about it. Think of it as only waiting to be reached, a problem only waiting to be solved. Face it with faith and bend all the great powers of your mind toward solving it. And believe me, solve it you will. You know, this puts each of us in the driver's seat. Now let's briefly recap. 1. This week, start spending 1 hour a day getting as many ideas as you can. Try for 20 a day on ways to improve what you're now doing. Don't become discouraged. Remember, the achievement of your goal very likely depends upon it, as does your whole future. Once you start exercising your mind in this way, I know you'll want to continue the practice. 2. If everything you now have is the result of using, say, 5 to 10% of your mental ability, you can imagine what life will be like if you can increase this figure to 20% or more. 3. Successful people are not people without problems. They're simply people who've learned to solve their problems. 4. Don't waste time and energy worrying about needless things. 40% of them will never happen. 30% have already happened and can't be changed. 12% are needless worries about our health. 10% are petty miscellaneous worries, and only 8% are genuine. Try to separate the real from the unnecessary and solve those which are within your ability to solve. 5. The human race has advanced farther during the past 50 years than in all the preceding 10,000 years of human civilization. We're now living right in the middle of the golden age man has been dreaming of and praying for centuries, and it's going to get better. Last of all, the only thing in the world that can take you to your goals in life is your mind, its effective use, and following through on the good ideas it supplies you. Each of us has a tendency to underestimate his or her own abilities. We should realize that we have deep within ourselves deep reservoirs of great ability, even genius, that can be tapped if we'll just dig deep enough. It's the miracle of your mind. I'm sure you find it as amazing as do the rest of us that the great majority of people have to learn things the hard way. It's only natural to think that if a great discovery were made in a particular generation, all the succeeding generations would know about it and utilize it for their own good. But in many things, such is not the case. It's true with most inventions and discoveries which obviously affect our lives, but it frequently is not true when it comes to the great laws which determine the directions of our individual destinies. In one of the so-called third world countries, a group of laborers was hired to work on a farm. Now, these people came from a small, very remote village where motor vehicles were virtually unknown. They were enjoying the new experience of being transported on the back of a truck when they came to the place where they thought they were supposed to get off. Without giving it a thought, apparently, they just stepped off the back of the speeding truck. Fortunately, they fell on a soft dirt road, not a paved highway, but even so, the results of their unconventional method of disembarking were, to say the least, astonishing. At least to them, they went bounding, spinning, sliding, and cartwheeling along the dusty road for quite a distance before gravity and friction working together finally brought them to a halt. None was seriously injured. In fact, by the time the terrified driver got back to them, they were laughing uproariously about the whole thing. The truck driver, in explaining the incident, later put the blame on their never having ridden in trucks before. Now, that's the obvious answer, but it's really not the true one. The amazing circus tumbling act on a remote farm road had been caused by ignorance of a law that operates the same whether a truck, a boat, an airplane, or any moving body is involved. Sir Isaac Newton gave us the law, and it goes like this. A body in motion tends to remain in motion until acted upon by an outside force. When the workers stepped off the back of the speeding truck, they were going the same speed as the truck itself. The outside force was gravity, which pulled them down to the road, still traveling at the same speed, and, well, you get the idea. They had been hurt, confused, frightened, and turned upside down because they didn't understand the principal law on which everything in the universe operates, the laws of cause and effect. This law has been written thousands of times by the greatest minds the world has produced, and as a result has appeared in many forms. For our purposes, it might best be put this way. Our rewards in life will always match our service. It's another way of saying, as ye sow, so shall ye reap. And it's been written in many ways in every language on earth. Sir Isaac Newton, in promulgating his laws of physics, put this one in this way. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. In saying our rewards in life will always match our service, you'll almost always get general agreement. People will nod their heads and say, yes, that's certainly true. Then they will go their ways and never realize, for the most part, how close they came to a truth so great and all-enveloping that their every thought and action is affected by it. I like to think of this law in the form of a giant apothecary scale, the kind with a cross arm from which hang two bowls on chains. Now, one of the bowls is marked rewards, the other is marked service. Whatever we put into the bowl marked service, the world will match in the bowl marked rewards. How we think, work, talk, and conduct ourselves is what we have to put in the bold marked service, and the extent and nature of our service will determine our rewards. If any person alive is discontented with his rewards, he needs to examine his service. Action, reaction. As ye sow, so shall ye reap. What you put out will determine what you must get back in return. So simple, so basic, so true, and so misunderstood. If a business is not expanding to the quick and exciting tempo of the times, it must examine its contribution, its service. If a person is unhappy with his income, he must examine and reevaluate his service. Now, whom do we serve? Each of us serves a portion of humanity, and humanity to any given person is the people with whom he or she comes in contact. His family, friends, neighbors, co-workers, customers, prospects, employer, all those he or she has chosen to serve. Everyone with whom we have any kind of contact is to us humanity, and to the extent that we serve, will our rewards be determined. Never before in the history of the world have human beings been so interdependent. It's as impossible to live without serving others as it would be to live if others were not constantly serving us, and this is good. The more closely knit this interdependence becomes, the greater will be human achievement. We need each other, and we literally cannot live without one another. Every time we strike a match, drink a glass of water, turn on the lights, pick up the phone, drive our car, put on our clothes, take a bath, mow the lawn, go fishing, try making your own fish hook sometime. We're being served by other human beings. Every time you look at your watch, you're being served by a great industry and by efforts of thousands of human beings. We all seek rewards, and we should understand that rewards come in two forms. There are tangible rewards and intangible. That is, rewards include the money we earn, the home we buy, the car we drive, the clothes we wear. But it also includes our happiness, our peace of mind, our inner satisfaction, the people we meet and enjoy. But remember this, whatever it is you seek in the form of rewards, you must first earn in the form of service to others. All attempts to sidestep this law will end in failure, frustration, and, if maintained long enough, ultimate demoralization. We can see this frustration on every side. We can see it in the tense, strained, and nervous faces, in the mountains of tranquilizers which are consumed every day, and we can also see it in the slack, bovine-like faces of those who have found the whole game too complicated and have simply given up, surrendered to the push and pull of circumstances. How much of this do you suppose is due to misunderstanding or ignorance of this simple and wonderful law of nature? It's my belief that a great deal can be traced to this cause. Now, do you understand this law, fully understand it, intellectually and emotionally? If you do, you can chart a wonderful course through life. Just as the field workers stepped off a speeding truck, just as a child will put its fingers in the way of a closing door, just as a speeding driver discovers he's not going to make the curve, how many times have you been confounded because you acted contrary to the rules? Not just the rules of man, but the rules of nature. How many times have you been in the position of the man who sat in front of the empty fireplace and said, "Give me heat, and then I'll give you some wood"? People seem to be divided into those who understand that the wood must be put in before they can expect warmth, and those who feel they should get warmth whether they do anything about it or not, or who feel they should get maximum heat from too small a supply of wood. A person's discontent can be said to be represented by the distance between what he or she has and what he or she wants. Once that which is wanted has been achieved, the odds are good that still more will be wanted, because that's the way of people, and that's good. That's a healthy sign. Constructive discontent is what gives us our continuing upward spiral of civilization. So do this, if you haven't already. Let's assume you've determined what it is you want. Look objectively at the place in which you now find yourself. Consider the distance.
読み直しているで読み直しているだけがで読み直しているで読み直しているで読み直しているで読み直しているで読み直しているエキスしたいとで読み直しているで読み直しているだけがで読み直している